I'm sure everybody in the back can hear, so we'll move forward.
Yes, sir. That brings
Patterson?
us to item 9, advertised public hearings. Item 9A will require commission members to provide ex parte disclosure, and all participants are required to be sworn in. This is a recommendation to approve a rezone ordinance for the Retreat mixed-use planned unit development to increase the maximum density from 740 dwelling units to 834 dwelling units, adjust acreage to 208.55 plus acres, rename tracts, revise development standards, and add deviations excluding Tract A. The subject property is located on the west side of Tamiami Trail North, 3/4 of a mile north of Wiggins Pass Road, and extends west to Vanderbilt Drive in Section 9, Township 48 South, Range 25 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, let's do the commissioner's disclosures first, and we'll swear everybody in.
Commissioner Colwell.
Yes, I have meeting and emails.
Commissioner Hall.
Oh, I've got it all. Meetings, correspondence, emails, calls, telegram, Western Union.
Commissioner
Only
McDaniels.
Meetings and calls.
Commissioner LaCastro.
And I have meetings, emails, and calls.
I have the same.
All right, very good. If all participants, please, could stand up and be sworn in by the court reporter, including those that are providing public comment. All right, over to you, Mr. Mulhare.
Thank you. For the record, Bob Mulhare with Bowman. I'm a certified planner. Here on behalf of item 9A, the Retreat at Naples PUD amendment. And with me today, Nancy Tolan, who will step up in just a few minutes to introduce Be Living. Nancy is Vice President of Development, Project Development. Terry Cole, who works with me at Bowman, is the civil engineer on the project. Bethany Brocious is with Passarella. She did the environmental review. And Norm Chabelcock did our transportation analysis. And we have two attorneys today. We have Ashley Lupo and Amy Tebow, and they are both with Rutzell and Andrus. So with this, I'll let Nancy come up and introduce.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Tolan with V. V is an owner and operator of exquisite senior living communities, serving nearly 1,000 residents at Bentley Village and over 4,000 residents across the country at our 10 Life Plan communities. Bentley Village provides resort-style senior living in a beautifully landscaped and amenity-rich environment. This includes fitness centers and art studios, a golf course, salons and spas, as well as multiple dining venues, all of which support a broad range of programs, services, and experiences for our residents. In addition to independent living, as a Life Plan community, also known as a continuing care retirement community, Bentley Village has an on-site care center where we provide a full continuum of health care, including assisted living, skilled nursing, and memory support. This allows our residents to remain close to their spouses and friends should their healthcare needs change. You may be interested to know that 97% of our residents are from Naples and the surrounding area. 2 of the remaining 3% who come to us from further away move to Bentley Village to be closer to their adult children who live in Naples or the surrounding area. Bentley Village serves the people of Greater Naples, you, your neighbors, and their families. We are good, responsive neighbors. We listened at the neighborhood information meeting and adjusted our application before sharing with the Plan Commission to accommodate resident requests. Yet our opposition's correspondence implies that the opinions of the Bentley Village residents shouldn't matter. Bentley Village pays considerable taxes. Again, we have nearly 1,000 engaged constituents of Naples residing at Bentley Village who matter, who vote, who care about this amendment, and the opportunity it provides for Bentley Village to serve the seniors of Naples and to continue as we have over the past many years, rejuvenating Bentley Village. Bentley Village was originally developed in the 80s. Modernization and redevelopment of our campus is required to maintain the community and honor our commitment to the people we serve, to meet current building and hurricane codes, to meet the expectations of Naples seniors, and to stay viable in the future. Over the past 15 years, we have significantly reinvested in our community, repositioning our healthcare centers and amenities, and incrementally replacing nearly half of our residential units. Our request today is that we be allowed to continue our stewardship and reinvestment in Bentley Village as we have, revitalizing without changing its resort-style character. We are requesting a density increase to allow for prudent, long-range planning, to remove and replace our older residential units incrementally through phased reinvestment over what will likely be a 15 to 20-year horizon. Please understand that rejuvenating a senior living community requires a planned occupancy decline, not only in the occupied buildings intended for replacement, but also in other residential buildings to create room for relocation of our residents from the buildings that are to come down. This increased number of dwelling units will allow us to manage that process with reduced inconvenience to the seniors, grandparents, and great-grandparents we serve, in compliance with the PUD, as well as incrementally expand as we replace our buildings over many years. Our track record of implementing this type of renewal is a testament to our commitment to serve our residents and future seniors of Naples by maintaining and updating Bentley Village in keeping with the character and ambiance of our community. Collier County has an approved growth management plan and standards that guide development. And there are rules and standards for how a PUD amendment must be prepared. Our application is in full alignment with those standards. It has been blessed by the county staff and unanimously recommended by the Plan Commission for your consideration today. Not everyone is an expert on these standards. The opposition will share their thoughts. Our team of experts will respond with the facts and how the amendment, in fact, preserves the rights of the tracts not owned by the applicant. In concert with the county's planning and legal teams, our team has worked hard to ensure the proposed amendment is in keeping with the county's best practices for planning and standards for development, while carefully limiting the amendment's changes to only the parcels within the PUD that we own. The amendment provides for prudent long-range planning for the maintenance, reinvestment, and viability of Bentley Village, a significant Naples senior living provider. The amendment does not change the rights or add restrictions to any parcel within the PUD not owned by V. Thank you for your consideration. We look forward to answering any questions you have after the presentation.
Again, for the record, Bob Mulhare. I will try to be as brief as I can, but we do have, I think, an informative and detailed presentation, and especially in light of the fact that there are some folks here to speak to the issue as well. So we're asking for 94 units, as Nancy said, for a total of 834. That translates to 4 units per acre across the 208.55 acres. Some of the other improvements are that first of all, we did, as Nancy indicated, coordinate with Heidi Ashton, the county attorney's office, and with the planning department to ensure that the changes we were making would not affect Tract A. And So, we'll reiterate that through the process. We are adding a trip cap, which will apply only to the 3 tracks that V owns, B1, B2, and B3. We're clarifying the floor area ratio of 0.45 or 0.6. I think the board recently approved an increase to the floor area ratio. So we are providing for an enhanced buffer along the north border. I'll show you that detail. We're documenting native vegetation that is required and which will be met on tracks B1, B2, and B3 and not on track A. And we're requesting to allow the existing temporary service drive located at the northwest corner to be a permitted service access. And we are memorializing certain conditions. They're already in the PUD, but we've changed the nomenclature to be more consistent with what the county currently uses. Just for information purposes, the retreat is shown on this aerial and has access to 41 and to Vanderbilt Drive through a central roadway. To the north is Audubon Country Club, and to the south is the Village Place PUD. On the future land use element, the future land use map, you can see this is the coastal high hazard area, and the subject property is within section 9 here. It is not within the coastal high hazard area. So the retreat qualifies for up to 5 dwelling units per acre, a base of 4 plus 1 for having access to 2 arterial or 2 collector roadways. As Nancy indicated, this PUD was actually originally approved in '82 and then significantly amended in '97, nearly 30 years ago. And is presently approved for 740 multifamily, a skilled nursing facility, ALF, memory care, private club and restaurant, and an accessory golf course. This is the old master plan. It's very hard to read, but the track makeup in the old master plan is track A, which is right here, and track C, D, and B down here. There was some preserve depicted in the old master plan within tract A, right here, within that lake and adjacent to it. So tract A is 53.55 acres approved for 178 units. B, C, and D, now we're referring to them as B1, B2, and B3, is 155 acres and approved for 562 dwelling units for a total of 740 presently. This is the new master plan, which, as I said, we're proposing to change the 3 tracks owned by V to B1, B2, and B3. And this is tract A. There are no changes to tract A. We had a neighborhood information meeting. There have been several other meetings with residents. And then as recently as this past Friday, we had a meeting with the HOA. So the NIM was held on the 23rd of April of this year, and we mailed over 900 individual property owners with notification. There were 6 members in attendance physically and 16 via Zoom, and they asked a number of questions, and we'll get into those in greater detail as we go through the presentation. So again, there's about 1,000 Bentley Village residents. Meetings were held on April 22nd, August 25th, and September 3rd. We felt that the response was positive and engaged, and that the residents were happy with Bentley Village reinvestment and rejuvenation process. We already talked about that. I think we've talked about this. Let me just see if there's anything I missed. I don't think so. So, the proposal was reviewed and recommended for approval by staff. We brought to the Planning Commission a couple of enhancements based on public comment or resident comment. One was an enhanced landscape commitment along the northern border, and I'll show you that in greater detail in just a few minutes. And also this commitment to maintain the native vegetation on tracks B1, B2, and B3 so as not to impact in any way tract A. And again, we got a unanimous approval from the recommendation from the Planning Commission. So as I think you are aware, the county calculates density on the entirety of a PUD. That's called gross density, and that's 4 units per acre as a base and 4 units per acre with our request. There is one more dwelling unit available across the entirety of the PUD because we have the 2 access points to 2 arterial roads. There are no additional hurdles that Tract A would face if they decided that they wanted to come in and submit an amendment for additional density. The process is exactly the same as the process we've gone through. And there's actually over 200 units still remaining available to them under the allowance in the GMP. This chart, I think, really expresses that or shows that. This is the total density right now, 740. Over here, at 5 units per acre, there would be 1,042, 43 rounded up units. We're asking for 94. There would be 209 units remaining for use by Tract A, or even if we came back in for another amendment.
We have a comment or question from Commissioner Hall?
I'll wait.
All right.
Again, we want to mention that Tract A's rights remain unchanged. And this request doesn't preclude them from coming in and asking for an amendment, just the same way as we did. We are including a trip cap of 415 two-way PM peak hour trips that didn't exist in the current PUD. That will only apply to tracks B1, B2, and B3. And this is the very few trips with senior housing were added with the additional density that we're requesting, a total of 24 new two-way PM peak hour net trips. But because there was no trip cap and the county requires that as the overriding constraint on intensity or density, we've implemented one. The PUD presently has a building height. You can see there 3 living stories over a ground floor of parking. That really doesn't have a numerical limitation to building height. You could put, 14-foot buildings, ground floor to ceiling. We've introduced the nomenclature that the county uses today, again, applying only to tracks B1, B2, and B3 for a zoned height of 52 feet and an actual height of 59 feet. And that yields virtually no difference in building height between what exists and what's proposed. And I don't think I need to go over zoned and actual height for you, but this exhibit shows virtually no difference between the existing height and the proposed height, which is 54.8, and this is 52. There's some additional screening in the new building. So you really won't see that. You won't be able to see that from the ground floor. We did have a comment from one neighbor who lives in Audubon, I think maybe somewhere in this area, about the buffer between Bentley Village and Audubon. And we went out, had our landscape architect go out and take a look at that relationship out there. And the buffers in Audubon are kind of light in some areas. You can see on the other side of this fence that it's kind of clear. So we created 2 enhanced buffers, what's required is a type B buffer. We've got an enhanced number 1 type B buffer and an enhanced number 2 type B buffer. And the number 2 is more substantial and will go in these areas where there isn't sufficient landscaping on our neighbor's property. We also are not required to put landscaping in where we have golf course, but we are going to go ahead and do that anyway. So this shows you the enhanced buffers. This is the type 1, which is larger trees with the shrubs. Here's the required. It's a tree's placed 25 foot on center, a 10-foot canopy tree. We're putting a 12-foot canopy tree here in the type 1. In the area where the landscaping is light, this is very substantial because we're putting in a multi-trunk tree or bush, 12-foot canopy tree. and staggered palms along with the canopy trees. So if you look down here, you can see that'll be a substantial buffer. And this exhibit was attached to the PUD amendment that we provided the Planning Commission and was approved for recommendation by the Planning Commission. And this just shows you the existing improvements that have been made and shows you that that landscape buffer is substantial, the one that's been put in between us and Audubon. So there was a question that the residents of Tract A had with respect to native vegetation. I pointed out to you that there is some native vegetation in Tract A on the existing master plan here, here. But it is a little bit difficult to read. As a requirement, the county requires us to provide them with information in an exhibit, a flux code exhibit, depicting all of the native vegetation within the PUD that exists. And that's what this exhibit is right now. And you can see that there is some native vegetation in Tract A that's existing. The majority of it is in Tracts B1, B2, and B3. Because we heard that there were concerns with us maybe requiring that native vegetation be included in Tract A, which was never our intention, we've clarified it with a note on the master plan that says all required native vegetation will be retained in Tracts B1, B2, and B3. And you can see on this exhibit, we actually exceed the requirement, and all of that is within Tracts B1, B2, and B3. So we're actually retaining a little more than 2 acres more than what's required. This exhibit shows the new master plan and shows the access points to 41 and Vanderbilt. And this here would be it's a service road now. It would be a road that, as you can see, it's a little bit small for the detail, but this would provide access to a maintenance and service facility that's right here. Finally, or I think finally, this construction drive exists. It's been removed from about half of our frontage with our border with Audubon, but this is what allows us to bring construction traffic in as we move from west to east, but eventually that will go away and there'll just be an access to this maintenance facility right here. And this shows that new design, and that's the maintenance facility right there. There were 3 deviations. These already exist in the PUD, but the PUD is so old they call them exceptions from subdivision regulations. So again, these only apply to Tracts B1, B2, and B3. One has to do with putting sidewalks on only one side of the street if it's single loaded. The other one is for a 50-foot right-of-way routinely granted. And the third is relief from the required landscape buffer on the northeast corner of the PUD, which is depicted right here. This is the border. This is an Inspire Oncology, and this is part of the Retreat PUD. So there is already an existing landscape buffer, and even though we're required to have a 10-foot buffer here, we only have a 9-foot buffer, so we asked for a 1-foot deviation. So, you're up. Okay. There you go.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ashley Lupo, board certified condominium and plan development attorney, and I've had the pleasure of representing V for over the past decade. And I'm just going to speak to you all briefly this afternoon about the history of communications with the Retreat Master Association and to go over the agreements that V has had, especially over the past 3 years as they've ramped up towards this application. As we understand that most of the opposition that has been received is from select owners within the Retreat Master Association. This specific process, as far as this MPED application, started with the HOA back in 2023. I think it's important for you to understand that at that time, V and the Retreat Master Association actually entered into an agreement where V agreed to assume both the work and a larger cost burden to pay for certain amenities and infrastructure within the PUD. And those include select roadways, the gatehouse, all of the water management system, and certain master common areas. And that's actually a 50-year recorded agreement because V wanted to make sure that they have a certain quality within this PUD. And then subsequent to that 2023 agreement, and as part of that, we actually negotiated an amended and restated declaration. And while private covenants aren't at issue here, we did want to point out that in that amended and restated declaration, which the Retreat Master Association owners and board voted on and approved in 2024 and was recorded, it actually acknowledges the concept that V is going to go out for these land use applications, and it acknowledges the density rights that V purchased from the master developer in 97 and acknowledged that we would proceed with these process. And actually the HOA has an obligation under the declaration to consent and support my client's application for the PUD amendment if it meets the criteria, which it does, and staff has recommended approval, as has the Planning Commission. So I had discussed the density issues directly with the Master Association attorney in 2024. I most recently sent a letter to them in 2025 when we hadn't received that consent that we think that we're entitled to under the declaration. We offered to make our team of experts available after the NIM in April, the whole team to them. They did finally take us up on the offer to have that correspondence, which was communications, which was a town hall meeting. Ultimately last week, Bob was there, myself was there, Amy was there, as well as Nancy, and we answered all of the questions that the owners posed at that meeting. So despite those educational communications, there seems to be some additional controversy regarding what they perceive as a taking. There's been some communications that they wanted a guarantee for us that they would get portions of those 209 remaining DUs that Bob mentioned, which of course we can't give them. They only have to go through the same process that we did and go before you and ask for those particular density units. They also asked, or at least made a reference to perhaps getting additional value for what they see as a perceived taking. And I would only submit to this board that that really is a civil issue and these are private covenants, but I did want to, on behalf of the client, let you know that these communications with the Retreat Master have happened over the last several years leading up to this. My understanding is that the Master HOA has not taken a formal position on this petition. I do understand that there is a small sub-association within the community that does have counsel. They did provide a letter back to staff, which I responded to, and we addressed all of those concerns at the staff level and also with the Planning Commission. But I wanted to introduce, again, answer any questions in reference the stated opposition for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Amy Thibault with Retzel and Andrus. As Ashley mentioned, I am the land use attorney on this project. I have been sworn. So starting here, we're just going to go through objection by objection and kind of quickly hit on how we've addressed it. So first, there was an objection that the property ownership disclosure provided with the application was deficient. That has been provided as required by the Land Development Code, and the County Attorney's Office has confirmed that. So the second objection is that we are rezoning land we don't own, e.g. Tract A. We are not changing any entitlements to Tract A. I think that's clear. We're just correcting a scrivener's error. The third objection is that the request exceeds 4 dwelling units per acre for tracts B1 to 3, but and that this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The growth management plan and the land development code require that we calculate density by gross density for the PUD. So that is how we are doing it. Regardless, as they've mentioned, up to 5 dwelling units is allowed, so we won't beat a dead horse. The fourth objection was that this affects the rights of the Tract A owners, that this is density scraping. Again, no changes. County staff has agreed. Future changes can be made by those Tract A owners. They go through the exact same process as Bob mentioned. No additional hurdles compared to what we have done up to this point today. And 209 dwelling units will remain. And the final objection was the depiction of the existing native vegetation on Tract A. All of the required vegetation is maintained in Tracts B1 to 3 as discussed. I believe there's a condition on the master concept plan that clarifies that all indigenous vegetation requirements will be met on those tracts. So anything shown on Tract A is not required to be maintained as such. Oh, more objections. So there was an objection that this is a deterrent to redevelopment. It's not. The Tract A property owners and everybody else around there will have the same rights to redevelop in the aftermath of a storm. Again, if they do want to increase units, same process we've gone through. And there has been an objection that this approval would grant us a special privilege, but we have gone through the same process that's required of any landowner in Collier County to undertake this type of action. We are being held to the same standards. So we are consistent with the county's requirements as well as their best practices. And with that, I will conclude that this is a prudent long-range plan for reinvestment. This is to maintain the property and ensure viability of a significant senior living provider in this area. It's fully supported by county staff who are experts, and it is consistent with the Collier County Growth Management Plan, with the Land Development Code standards for this request, and the like. We are not changing Tract A entitlements. I think we've said that a dozen times now, but it's true. And Bentley Village has a proven track record that they are good stewards of the community. They honor its ambiance and aesthetic, and they have been doing so through that history of renewal. They've really demonstrated that this is the intent here. So again, county staff has recommended approval. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and we respectfully request that you also vote to approve us here today. So with that, if you have any questions, please let us know.
All right, Commissioner Hall, do you want to hear the staff presentation first?
Oh, I'll wait till presentations are
Okay.
finished.
Bozie, do you have a presentation to make? And I think we fully understand the proposal and the history, so
Mike Bozie,
brevity would be appreciated.
Planning and Zoning Director, and as mentioned by the applicant, staff had recommended and is recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission, and we've and we're here to answer any questions that you may have really regarding the petition.
Do we have any registered speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 3 registered speakers.
Why don't we go ahead and hear the public comment, then we'll get into the discussion from the commission.
The first speaker is Chris Thornton. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Chris Thornton with Thornton Law Firm at 100 Aviation Drive South in Naples, Florida. I'm representing here today the Retreat at Naples #1 Condo Association. That's one of 6 small condo associations in the southwest quadrant of this project. My client has 48 units. There's a total of 6 condo associations back there. I think they have a total of 164 units. I'm only representing the one 48-unit condo association today. I don't represent the Master Homeowners Association. So our client's objectives aren't necessarily to object to the project. We're not here to talk about the dimensional requirements or all that stuff. My client's primary concern when they saw the notices about this and heard about the project was to make sure that their property and their future development rights were not impacted. And from what I'm hearing from the presentation today, I'm hearing good things. What I'm not seeing is the actual Exhibit A master plan for the PUD. The notices for this meeting all show that the zoning application is for the whole of the retreat, including my client's property, Tract A, the southwest quadrant. So they legitimately were concerned about what was happening. And if you listen to Bob's presentation, and I know Bob's a good guy, and he's speaking toward staff, I'm guessing. he continually says, we're not going over 4 units an acre, not going over 4 units an acre. I took the time to go through the NIM, listen to the NIM, look at the NIM summary. I went through all of the Planning Commission backup materials. I went through your 374 pages of backup materials for today's hearings, the documents. All of this stuff about we can have 5, and therefore, because here's what's happening. My client's tract A is at less than 4 units an acre. They're asking to take their acreage above 4 units an acre. And on the whole, if you include my client's tract, the overall gross density is 4. And that's great if staff cares about that. I don't care about that. Because if 4 is all you get, and my property is at less and you're at more, then you're taking my density. That's the whole thing. There's 2 issues that my clients have. We want to make clear on the record, and I would ask that preferably Mike Bosey confirm for us. When I looked through your 374 pages of backup materials for today, I found basically twice in the ordinance and about 12 different references. It's 4 units an acre, and therefore when we go over 4, we're not taking from them because we could go to 5. If that's true, then you're not taking density from us, and that's fine. And then I went as early as today, before I got here at 9 o'clock, I went to the portal and I pulled the last draft of Exhibit A master plan map. And it's the one that we were concerned about. It shows labeled P preserve areas on Tract A, and we object to any designation of P preserves on Tract A. Thank you. And I have Lance Horn with me. He didn't get sworn in yet, but if he needs to talk, he needs to be sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next registered speaker is Sue Goodwin.
And who is following Sue Goodwin?
Douglas Stather.
If you could, Douglas, if you could come on up. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Goodwin, and I've been a resident of Bentley Village for 10 years. And it was probably the best decision my husband and I made to go there and choose to live there for the rest of our lives. Bentley Village is almost 1,000 persons strong in our independent living, our assisted living, and in our care center. I come to you as chair of the Finance Committee of Bentley Village. It's part of our resident council. We advise management, and I represent all of the almost 1,000 people at Bentley. We very much are in support of the amendment to the MPUD at Retreat. Very much in support, and we urge you to do that. Bentley has served us well. We've been very pleased with the strength and the dedication of the leadership and how they've particularly focused on robust methods to maintain the campus, beautiful landscaping, keeping the code up, and maintaining the buildings. They systematically are planning for our renewal and for the long-term planning of our village, and we appreciate that very much, as do we appreciate that from the Collier County Commissioners. Very much. We think Bentley Village is a gem, one that both we and the county can be proud of, and we especially encourage you to support the MPUD at Retreat application today. Thank you very much for consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Douglas Stather, a resident of V at Bentley Village, currently serving as president of the Resident Council, a body of 35 residents elected by their peers to represent them in consultation with management. The council represents approximately 980 residents, 840 of whom reside in independent living. In August, I wrote a letter with the council's unanimous approval to Commissioner Hall, indicating the council's support for the Bentley Village MPUD amendment. So as I speak to you today, I know that I speak for the majority, if not all, of the residents of Bentley Village. As I indicated in my letter to Commissioner Hall, residents are in complete support of this amendment. Bentley Village has a wonderful, well-deserved reputation in the community as a beautiful place to live. Residents enjoy a host of amenities and services along with an active and vibrant lifestyle. However, management, both at the corporate level and locally, has not rested on this reputation nor maintained the status quo. They have continued to refurbish and rejuvenate the community. During my time at Bentley, several construction projects have been completed. The New East Clubhouse, containing residences, restaurants, meeting rooms, library, theater, and a lounge, has opened. Over the last year, 4 new residence buildings have opened and are completely occupied. Simultaneously with that construction, both the assisted living facility and the wellness center underwent full renovation and expansion. These updates allowed for more rooms for residents who need those levels of care as we get older, as well as allowing each resident in our care center to have a private room. The Wellness Center also includes a brand new state-of-the-art therapy center that will compete with any other local facility. Every improvement has been made with careful consideration to preserving Bentley Village's resort-like setting, its lush landscaping, and appealing architecture that attract discerning residents. Leadership has consistently demonstrated responsible care for this wonderful community, showing their dedication to both residents and neighbors. It is the hope of all residents that you will support the MPUT amendment as requested, so that Bentley Village management will have the opportunity to continue their investment and rejuvenation programs for the years to come and allow Bentley Village to continue to be the beautiful, tangible benefit that it is for Collier County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want the public to know that may be listening that this is not the first time that we've heard all of the details in great detail. We've been super well briefed by Mr. Mulhare and Ms. Tolan. I have been to Bentley Village and I've seen the class facility that it is. It's well run, it's well managed, it's clean. The people were gracious, and most of all, they were nice. And, as a commissioner, you remember those kind of things. But I also want the public to know, when you see that they're asking for 92 units, your antennas automatically go up, because you assume that they've got X amount of acres and they want to add 92 units immediately, and that is not the case here. VI's business model is to, over time, they'll remove one condo and rebuild it. Excuse me. So over time, what they're asking for is an increase of 92 units over a period of 20 years. So it's not like they're just going to massively increase density all at one time. And once I understood that, I thought that, and that's what they've done since the 80s. That's their business model all along. So to increase this 92 units over the next 20 years, with the enhanced buffers that they've had, listening to the neighbors, I think the concern from Mr. Thornton was that they didn't want to lose their preserves. And the preserves have actually been removed from Tract A, where those are developable now, and the preserve requirement has been met by B1, B2, and B3. So with that explanation, I will make a motion to approve this amendment.
Second.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I'll second it for comment. And, well, you already seconded it.
Already seconded.
Go ahead. I'm
Doesn't
sorry.
really
No,
matter.
let up.
I have a question for Bob. And I missed the new maintenance road going across the north end of B1 and B2, and I did hear about the commitment of the enhanced buffer along the north end. My question was, from a timing standpoint, would it be possible to enhance that buffer prior to the construction, just to alleviate the negative impacts for the Audubon?
Yeah, Commissioner McDaniel, we'll do it we'll do it consistent with the construction. We don't know exactly when that's going to occur, but as that occurs, as we've already done for the east half, moving west, we will put in the new landscape buffer. If you put it in now, it's just going to get trampled. There are power poles above ground that are going to be moved underground. So it's best if we do it as we move west.
And that was my question, Bob. I didn't want to mess with your world too much. I
No,
just
it's-
wanted to know if, from a timing standpoint, that buffer could be enhanced in advance of the construction, just to relieve the sight and sound, or alleviate, or allow for a sight and sound barrier enhancement.
Well, and we'll do it as we make improvements to this area. And I just wanted to show you this exhibit that shows you that the road that currently runs, you can see it, Commissioner McKenna, you can see it right here. It's a service road.
I understand what it is. I missed that you were gonna have that be a permanent entrance. And I knew that you yesterday shared with me you were gonna enhance the buffer. I
We
just
will.
was thinking from a timing standpoint, if we could do it sooner than later, it would help. But
Commit to doing it as quick as we can.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Bob, I got a question for you and Mr. Bosey. Mr. Bosey, I know there was a question of how we get to the number 5. I understand it. I've saw it several times, how we get to the 5 units number. And doing the math, it definitely calculates that they get the extra 209 units for the footprint. Is that, I just want Mr. Bosey to, just from the staff to
In thinking, I should have put that on to the record. When my staff did the analysis, they were asking for 4, and that's a base that you're eligible for within the urban residential zoning district. So that's how we wrote it up. But if you look at our density rating system, when you do have an access points on 2 collectors or arterials, you are entitled to an additional density. So that 208 would be something that anyone within the retreat PUD could ask for or could request. So Mr. Thornton's clients would be available to request those 208 units that would be available.
Okay, and the second part of my question, I know Mr. Thornton, and I understand, there was, this is probably where the confusion is, because this was printed, it's dated July 9, 2025, and it still shows the little
Yes.
green as part of the preserve. And I think their issue is that that someday they might want to put a pickleball court there or something in the future. If you could just show that that's doesn't exist anymore, or that's off the table, then I
Well,
think we'll be satisfy my question.
It exists as native vegetation. It exists as native vegetation. However, we are committed to meeting exceeding the county's
Yeah, I
requirement.
saw that. You're
Totally
two
on
acres
B1.
over.
So they have, and I confirmed this with Jamie Cook just a few minutes ago, that as long as we meet or exceed the county's requirements on B1, B2, or B3, there'll be no request to maintain that native vegetation in a conservation easement on track day.
I think I just wanted to hear it on the record.
And I was going to show you if this worked, but it doesn't, but I'll read it again. There is a note in the master plan that says, all preserved native vegetation shall be located on tracks B1, B2, and B3.
Do you want to put it up now?
So we're obligated. It's kind of small.
Yeah, I think it's just confusing because this is dated pretty recently and it still has it on there, and I think
Yeah,
that's why.
It's actually, we're required to show it, but then the question is, where is the preserve going to occur? Because it is native vegetation. There's a difference between native vegetation and a preserve.
But it's
They're two
marked
different-
preserve on the key, that's why. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it probably just needs to be corrected at some point.
Okay.
All right, I believe we, that's true. I believe we have a motion.
Attention to
and a
detail,
second.
guy.
Got it.
Yes. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't help it, I'm attention to detail.
I know, funny.
Okay, Ms. Patterson, where are we now?
Well, we're 11 minutes away from our 2 o'clock time certain. I don't think 9B is going to be done in 11 minutes. We could take 10C if we, I don't know that that one's going to take a long time. That's Commissioner McDaniel's item for the for the East of 951?
We got Mark Teeters that he's a good 20 minutes all by himself.
Yeah.
We
Well,
can, we
we
don't
can
want to
get
rush through that.
Yeah, we
No,
can, we
don't
can,
no, sir.
yeah, we can continue to talk about which item we're gonna take up, and then it'll be 2 o'clock.
Or we certainly can get started on, if we can take our,
We can do that.
2 o'clock, you want to take our 2 o'clock time certain a few minutes early, get
All right.
through.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, if they're here.
Yeah,
Everybody
sorry,
here?
let's go ahead.
Chairman, I mean,
Yep.
I got two speakers here for.
you want to do, we can
right.
start 10C.
Pick an item, and then we'll go with it, whichever item you wanna pick.
10C.
10C? All
All right.
right, very good. 10C.
And,
Ten-
and
Item 10, then we'll go to our 2 o'clock. 10C is a request that the Board of County Commissioners review the recommendations of the East of 951 Ad Hoc Advisory Committee and initiate the replacement of the East of 951 Ad Hoc Advisory Committee by converting it to the Rural Golden Gate Estates Restudy Committee. This is an item brought to the agenda by Commissioner McDaniel, and I know we do have a presentation
And-
or comments from the chairman of that committee.
Yeah, and we're not gonna rush through that, so we'll be a
No,
little
sir.
bit later on our 2 o'clock.
And if I might, I just want to say that, we'll start that. This is consequential, but not pressing, so we can take a break at the 2 o'clock time certain and then come back and finish up, so.
Sir, and it's fine if we take this item and then we'll go to the 2 o'clock,
let's
whatever the flow works.
We're gonna finish this item, let's,
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. And I'm going to be real quick. I'm just going to kind of tee up the action. March 28th, 2023, the Board of County Commissioners created the East of 951 Ad Hoc Advisory Committee. I think we were calling it version 2.0. The original one Commissioner McDaniel was involved with. And the purpose of the committee was to assist the board in identifying issues affecting residents of Carter County residing in the area east of 951 and north of Alligator Alley. I'd like to first thank Parker Clough, our staff member, who was the staff liaisons, attended the meetings, kind of helped coordinate the presentations from the various division departments, and just brought overall the staff's presence to it. But then I would like to turn it to Mr. Teeters, the chairman of the committee, who can go through the in-depth about the activities and what they discovered when they spoke to the community. Let me get your, oh, you got it.
Okay. How do you do this? Okay, very good. Thank you. Chairman Saunders, Commissioners, County Manager, neighbors and friends. We appreciate you allowing us to have the opportunity to do this today. Also, Commissioners, thanks for meeting with me individually. I really appreciated the opportunity to sit with each one of you and go over this information in advance. If you would indulge me, I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of what we sent you. This is not only for you guys, but it's also for the public. A lot of these people didn't attend the meetings, and this would be their opportunity to get up to speed with what we've done. The ad hoc committee was established March 28, 2023 by resolution to assist the Board of County Commissioners in compiling and identifying issues and relevant best practices related to the geographic area lying east of County Road 951. Provide a forum for the citizens of this area to identify and discuss issues facing their community. Committee shall be composed of 5 regular members, 2 alternate members, resident a broad base of residents, businesses, and property owners. First meeting was held on September 20th, 2023 at the UF IFAS Collier Extension, 7 o'clock p.m. Committee members and Commissioner Saunders and McDaniel were present. And it was notified as such, too. That's a good thing. Preliminary East of 951 Infrastructure and Horizon Study was a project that identified multiple levels of service options for public infrastructure and service outlays for the area east of 951. These areas included transportation, public utilities, schools, parks, recreation, law enforcement, EMS, libraries, stormwater management, and the CIGM, which is a Collier Interactive Growth Model, was vetted during these meetings. Now, I was on the original committee, which Commissioner McDaniel chaired, for 2 years. This committee was 2 years, and I was the chairman of the oversight committee for CIGM for 1 year, so I've got 5 years invested in this project. Okay, let's see here.
Okay, here's a map showing the area that it's in question. Members of the committees, of this committee: Mark Teeters, the chairman; Robert Raines, vice chair; Bruce Hamels, regular member; Michael Ramsey, regular member; Kimberly Ellis,
Excuse
regular
me, one
member.
second, Mark.
Yes.
1 second. Take
shrink
it.
it.
You're.
What am I doing?
When you go to the bottom right and just shrink it.
Oh,
hit-
it's that?
Hit the
Oh,
minus
okay.
sign and make it smaller. Bottom right. Bottom right, the other bottom. Yeah, I think if you just shrink that, it'll fit.
There you go. So we can see
We
what's going
good?
on.
There we go. Okay, very good. All right. Aaron Zwiefel was an alternate. Douglas Rankin was an alternate. And of course, Parker Clough is our staff liaison. Stand up. All righty. Good deal. Also, we can't forget Rayanne Burton, who originally served on the committee, who had an illness and had to get off the committee, and Christina Aguilera. Special thanks to Jamie French, Mike Bosey, Trinity Scott, Jeff Klatskow, and the staff who set up the rooms, managed the sound system, and made the Zoom product work. We couldn't have done this without them. Funny story. The people that were involved in this, you guys chose these people to be on this committee. And it's interesting because if you look at what they do, and I'm not going to put them in order so that it'll embarrass anybody, but we had a local attorney who we all know, manufacturing technology specialist, real estate professional, local business owner, and a president of the Golden Gate Estates Civic Association, electrical engineering tech for General Motors, local management company, and retired corporate director and small business owner. This is the people in Golden Gate Estates, the fabric of our community. Okay, since our first meeting, we had many topics presented to us for a discussion. Some found their way into the position points for your consideration. Compared to the original committee's list, there are some new items, i.e. affordable housing and life cycle of the landfill. We found that several of these were interrelated. The sheriff and fire chiefs discussed affordable housing and the poor cell phone reception. Since it's a basis for future planning in our area, we started with the Collier interactive growth model. David Farmer was also back with an update for one of the final meetings. Other topics: transportation, Collier County Schools, sheriff, Collier code enforcement, affordable housing, life cycle of the landfill was a biggie. Solid waste, cell phone service, public utilities, Southwest Florida Water Management District, fire. We had both Greater Naples and North Collier. Parks and Recreation, of course, and then stormwater management. If it goes, it isn't going. Mike? It's not moving. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. One more back. There we go. Okay. On July 16th, 2024, we visited Immokalee for our monthly meeting. We did that in the very beginning. In the first committee, we visited Immokalee. Our host was Christy Betancourt of the Immokalee CRA. Community was welcoming, and the meeting was well attended by community leaders and residents. The original Easton 951 committee met in Immokalee too. It's now a tradition. Transportation, speakers and presentations. Transportation, Fire Chief, Immokalee Sheriff, Parks and Recreation, DOT, and we even had somebody from the FAA to talk to us about the airport. We enjoyed a presentation update from Christie and the Immokalee CRA. The sheriff even set up the electronic signs at each end of town to notify residents of the meeting, and it was well attended. Actually, we had a commissioner there as well. Okay, position points. The following position points were created by committee members, and the language was smoothed out. That's a Teeters term, by Parker Clough. They were ranked on a 10-point scale, 5-member scores averaged to get a final score. If we spent time on these, they should all be important. We did have outside help with a few of them to make sure the language correct. Mike Bosey and Commissioner McDaniel assisted. These positions and ideas were thoroughly discussed. Some are acknowledgments and some are solid ideas. Committee members took this seriously and invested time in this project. Again, we had the right mix of people on this committee that led to substantive discussion. There is also a treasure trove of information documentation from our meeting in the minutes of our meetings. I appreciate, back to the meetings that I had with each one of your commissioners, we didn't make any of the changes in the position points that we spoke about individually. because we wanted to do that as a group. We haven't met since that point in time. We're going to look for some direction from you today. But some of these items for prioritizing these position points were terrific. They were really, really good. Okay. Here we go. In conclusion, I reached out to David Farmer to get the current figures from Collier Interactive Growth Model. Total Collier County build-out population is approximately 815,000 permanent residents around the year 2100. Current population east of 951 is 113,000. Build-out population east of 951 is 499,250. That means 386,250 more residents will be sharing our roads, utilizing parks and other infrastructure. None of the ideas and position points from the original Horizon study were ever acted upon. One of the commissioners asked me why. I didn't really have an answer. Didn't happen. Due consideration should be given to these ideas. Some of them will only cost a vote. They won't cost us a nickel. Committee would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for providing this forum and the opportunity to research and provide the information and these position points to the community. Respectfully submitted. We had a blast doing this. I really did. Originally, when we first got together, it was kind of tough because when you put a bunch of different people in the same room together that have different interests and different ideas, but we really got to it towards the end, and we had some great presenters. And again, I have to thank all the staff and everybody that helped, especially Parker and all the other folks that helped us. And I am open for your questions. We have folks here to help as well.
Do you have any other people that want to speak? Anybody registered to speak? All right. Commissioner McDaniel, you kind of led the show on behalf of the commission for this. Anything you want to add?
Yes. Well, and then first of all, there's been a lot of accolades and thank yous, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Folks, you want to stand up? We got two members from the
Two
committee
members
in the
of
back
committee are
here. Come on,
Bruce
stand
Hamels.
up.
Bruce also serves on our productivity committee, and Kim Ellis, she's a local realtor that lives in the estates and very much an advocate of Eastern Collier County. And I just want to say thank you to you all. I mean, thank you. This job is, is a thankless job.
It pays a lot of money.
And pays a lot of money at the same time. As you mentioned early on, I think it was in 2006 or 8 when Commissioner Coletta anointed me to serve on this committee, and I ended up being the chair back then for 2 years. I want to say from me to you, to all of you, just how much I appreciate. I've been blessed to serve as county commissioner for District 5 for 9 years now, and it's truly about government of and by and for the people. And this is the people sharing with us things that this board can do in order to make the lives of the residents in Eastern Collier County that much better. So now, and I have a couple of questions for you, Mark, if I may.
Absolutely.
In review of the position points that you in fact brought forward, one of my thoughts is, so that as Commissioner LaCastro brings up on a regular basis, we don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again and then asking why. I would like to develop an after action plan for action on these position points, and so because with the acceptance of this report, we're also going to move these same appointees into the GMP review of the Golden Gate Estates Rural Master Plan to go through that process. I'd like to utilize this committee to come back. Some of the things, I've got a couple of ideas just off of these position points today that I'd like to actually make a motion on, or at least get a head nod on. But some of them will require additional work by the board for me to bring back a resolution to to take care of a couple of things that are a little more tricky within these position points. And so I wanted to make sure that that met with necessarily your approval and that was a satisfactory plan so that we are taking action on these items individually.
We had an oversight committee on the first one, and that's great.
And still nothing got done.
Well, from the master plan meeting, we could take the first 15 minutes of each meeting, and we can have oversight. And we're not going to tell anybody what to do. The main thing is to look and let the public know what's been happening.
10-15 minutes is fine. I think that would be a prudent path for us to travel for this committee to start reviewing these position points and then coming back with specific action items, actionable items that this board can in fact take action on that requires it. One of the things that actually jumps out at me is the MOU with the school district, or the lack thereof. And so one of the things that I'd like to do necessarily right now is I'll make a motion that the board give direction to staff to enter into negotiations with the school district. That MOU, I'm told, has expired for several years. And I'd like to get that revamped so that we have clarity in dealing with our school district. And I'd like to get that MOU back in place so that we're not dealing with the circumstances of an unaddressed MOU.
All right, if I'm reading the agenda item correctly, I think we need to do two things. One, adopt your suggestion as part of a motion, but also accept the report from the ad hoc committee. And then Commissioner McDaniel, there's a request to convert this to the Rural Golden Gate Estates Restudy Committee, so that would be part of a motion as well.
You want me to make that as
if you'll make the motion with the three items.
I jumped over to the position points and not the executive summary just because I thought we should take care of maybe a couple, give direction to staff even today off of the position points. But however you wish.
Well,
I'll do the first one first. Whatever you say, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, why don't we hold off on some direction in terms of the position points until the next meeting so we have a chance to kind of digest those.
Okay.
But accept the report. And
make a motion for the acceptance of the report and then the transition over to the review of the GMP for the East of 951 rural.
And I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Then in terms of the position points, if you'll bring them forward at the next meeting, the ones you want to discuss, I think that might be that'll give us some notice.
I'll do it in the December meeting.
Yeah, fine, all right.
And Commissioner, I'd be happy to come back as well.
No.
No.
You need to go to work. Shelley needs to have some dinner money.
Boss lady's cracking the whip.
Yep, exactly.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. I really appreciate it.
All right, we'll move on then to our 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Go.
Commissioners, that brings us to our 2 o'clock item. This is item 11D, which is a recommendation to approve a resolution amending the Growth Management Community Development Department Services fee schedule with an effective date of January 1st, 2026, in accordance with the Collier County Code of Laws and Ordinances, Section 2-13. Mr. James French, your department head from Growth Management Community Development, is here to present.
And let me ask, are there any registered speakers on this item? We're on item 11D.
Yes, sir. We have 2 registered speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I apologize for my voice. I've been sequestering myself down on the second floor. I'm recovering from a bit of a cold last week. I just want to start out the presentation by pointing out, and this item came up in 2024 in your budget discussion and then again in 2025. It's been discussed numerous times between staff and the Board of County Commissioners, and as such, we did go into a rate study, and this is probably the most comprehensive rate study. I've been with the county for just under 23 years, and we're unaware of any rate study of its kind that would be consistent with Florida statute as well as with the changes that we've seen in the legislative intent of the state down to you as the authority having jurisdiction with managing your enterprise fund. Today I'm joined by Mr. Mark Tuma and Robert Ori from Raftellus, and they're here to provide a presentation. And we've got a slew of staff, as you can see, that we've worked on for nearly the last 8 months on this study, and can answer any questions that you might have.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tuma. I'm a manager here at Raftellus. With me today, as mentioned, is Robert Ory. He's a senior principal at Raftellus. And today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the building fee study that we helped the county develop. To start with, I'd like to walk through the study objectives, why we're here, what we looked at, a little bit of background and history about the division, our methodology that we utilized during the study, the results and findings of our study, and then finally our financial projections and where we project the enterprise fund to be over the next 5 years. Our study objectives, the first being identifying the cost of providing service. So we quantify those as our revenue requirements. Off to the right, you can see the revenue sufficiency scale. So on the left in the green, you can see our gross revenues are our inflows, which is our rate revenue, interest income, any other types of revenues coming into the enterprise fund. On the right, you have your gross revenue requirements. So this is your operating expenditures, your capital funding for vehicles, buildings, and other such equipment, and then any operating and capital reserves you keep in reserve. We looked at and evaluated the ability of the current building fees to fund these revenue requirements, so to fund the overall budget and any future capital needs of the enterprise fund. We worked on updating the schedule of the fees and charges, and then we ensured that it met the compliance of the Florida Statute, Chapter 553.87A, which looks at that the enterprise fund cannot carry forward anything higher than the average of the last 4 years of the operating budget. So a little bit about the building division. So it operates as an enterprise fund, and so therefore the revenue should be derived solely from the services that are being provided, and no general fund support is provided to this enterprise fund to help it run in its operations. So currently the permits process each year varies by construction and activity. So when we look to the right there, you can see in the chart the estimated number of applications and permits over the last 5 years, and then the estimated permit revenue for each one of those. So as you can see, permit activity can be a bit volatile. Unlike your water and wastewater utilities, solid waste, you don't have a core base of customers. So each year it can change quite literally, go up and down, quite a bit based on storm activity or non-storm activity, if there's a lot of growth within the county or not. Also, a difference between other enterprise funds is you have competition within this enterprise fund. So again, you have private providers who can come in and provide service, whereas for water and sewer, you can't have anyone come in and provide service in your service territory. So again, it's something else that the enterprise fund has to deal with on a yearly basis. And on top of that, you have to maintain a base level of service. So even if we didn't have any permits for the whole entire year, you would still have to maintain a base level of service, because at any time someone could come in and request a permit, and you would have to have staff on hand to provide that service to those customers. So to the chart here on the right, you can see this is a 15-year chart of the, there's two things on this chart that I want to point out. The first being the bars, which is your single-family permit fee. So this single-family permit fee assumes a 3,000 square foot home and about 28 inspections for that home to be built. And so you can see back in 2010, to do that permit cost about $2,834. Currently in 2025, it's about $3,234. So over that 15-year period, it's increased about 14%, and you can see it's kind of went up and down over the years as the fees have been adjusted. And then the other line chart shows the cumulative inflation from the CPI index over the last 15 years. So you can see at each 5-year increment, it's went up about 9%. 18%, and then finally over the last 5 years you see that jump from 18 to 48%. So you can see quite a big of increase And that includes, you know, your labor costs, your operating costs, electric costs, all those basket of goods that you would have to run your enterprise fund. So a bit about our methodology and how we went about approaching this study to help figure out and calculate the building permit fees. So first we identified the total operating costs allocated to the building division. So we looked at the adopted budgets for 2025 and 2026 and utilized those as the baseline for the operating expenditures within it. And then we projected that out 5 years to look at future costs. So that included escalating, you know, salary costs for, you know, by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We looked at, you know, other operating costs, electricity and other operating costs of the enterprise fund. Then once we identified those, you know, core revenue requirements, we looked at identifying the target revenues. So we looked at the customer statistics and the building permit data for the last 4 or 5 years, and we looked at the overall trend analysis of the activity of those permits. So we reviewed the building permit activity. We looked at how many permits are coming in through each of these different permit types. And then we assumed, based on the 2024 and 2025 activity, that was representative of the future annual development activity. So over the next 3 to 5 years, we felt like it was a good value. It didn't have, you know, we looked at storm activity and how much that would impact it, and we made sure that we kind of normalized it for just a normal kind of year. Then from there, we develop our revenue requirements. So again, this is our operating expenditures, developed a capital funding plan. So we looked at the assets at the enterprise fund, so all the vehicles, all the computers, the desks, everything that's needed to run the enterprise fund, and we made sure that, as you know, that there was enough money on hand to replace those assets as they were going to fully meet their level of service. We also evaluated the sufficiency of the revenues to fully fund the revenue requirements. We looked at, you know, under the current revenues, how that would be able to fund your current revenue requirements, and then also the building or the capital funding plan as well. We also looked at the operating reserve requirements. So again, we looked at the Florida statute and how much we're allowed to have on hand and carry forward each fiscal year. And we made sure that we were in compliance with those Florida statutes. From there, we then designed and proposed the permit planning fees to fund these revenue requirements. So we looked at 2 different sets of fees. So you have what we consider your miscellaneous or specific fees. So if you have an AC change out or a roof or a fence or some type of fee like that, a permit fee. And then we also looked at your permit and plan review fees. So your inspection fees, if you're looking at building a new home, you know, the valuation and per square footage types fees for the building department. And then finally, after we went through and designed those fees to recover those costs, we then prepared and helped prepare the rate resolution to implement those rate recommendations with the department. So you can see here, this to the table to the right has our revenue requirements over the next 2 years. So some key assumptions and things to notate. Like I mentioned before, that we utilized the 2025 and 2026 budget. So you can see the operating expenditures at the top there for 2026 is about $29 million. In 2027, we escalated that slightly for inflation and other cost increases to about $30.5 million. You can see as you go down, you have the other revenue requirements, your capital funding for loan and loan repayment. So for other revenue requirements for capital funding, again, that's funding our equipment, our vehicles, software, desks, things like that that are necessary to run the enterprise fund. And the other part for the loan repayment, over the past 2 years, your enterprise fund has taken loans from other departments to help make whole on their revenues. So to help fund their department, they've taken over $3.4 million in loans from other departments to help meet their requirements for revenues. And so as part of our study and looking at what the rates need to be, we looked at loan repayment over the next 3 years from 2027 through 2029 to help repay that $3.4 million over that time period. As you can see, if you look at the first column there, we have about a revenue deficiency of about $9.9 million in 2026. So to help mitigate that, we're looking at trying to target a revenue increase of about 52% of the current rate revenue. In 2027, we're also recommending that we continue an increase at CPI to help offset future increases in operating expenditures. And then also it may help offset any permit activity differentials that we may see in future years. We also looked at, again, the specific activity permit fees. We looked at, single events or inspections, so the water heater replacements, AC changeouts, demolitions, re-inspections. We prepared a cost recovery analysis for each specific fee. So we spent time with staff going through each of these different fees, understanding how much time they spend with, each person applying for the fee, if they provide them any value of, walking through if they need help with anything. And so we looked at, essentially the time cost for each employee, the amount of time they spent, any overhead, any vehicle cost, equipment cost, and we calculated what that cost would be to the county, so that way we make sure when we're recommending a fee that it fully recovers that cost. So here I have a list of just some of the most notable fees. So that's either the number of occurrences or the number of permits per year on average over the last 5 years for each one of these different fees. So you can see some of the most common fees are your AC changeouts, your lawn irrigations, fences, solar panels. Your application fee goes with each time that somebody applies for a permit. And then obviously your inspection fee for, inspections to houses or any other types of permits. And then you have your primary permit fees. So these permit fees are for your plan review and inspection services for major developments. So this is your new home or construction or commercial building construction. So any additions to homes or existing structures, tear downs and rebuilds. So we designed these to essentially recover the remaining of the department funding needs. So like I mentioned before, we looked at the total cost recovery for those specific fees based on the time estimates and the interview process that we did with staff. Any other remainder of the fee of our revenue requirements that needed to be funded, we funded from these primary permit fees, and that's about 25% of the total permit fee revenue. And again, these are a bit uncertain because as housing sizes can vary, the frequency of the permits, the size of the construction, and then again you have competition for private providers to come in and provide this service. In which case we provide we charge a lesser amount for each one of those inspections that are being done. So here to the right, you can kind of see the permit for the plan review and the permitting fees. So you see your structural, your electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and the existing rates and our proposed rates based on our study recommendations. Next, like I mentioned before, we looked at the Florida Statute 553, where your operating reserves cannot be greater than the average of your operating budget over the last 4 fiscal years. So when we did this study, it was, and we finalized our results, it was a few months back before 2025 was fully finished. So we estimated the cash balance for the enterprise fund to be about $9.6 million. The last 4-year average from 2021 through 2021 through 2024 was about 24.8 million. So currently you're under the target of the allowable cash allowed to keep for the enterprise fund by about $15 million. If you notice, you have 9.6 million in the operating, you have 2.9 in the capital. That capital money is set aside to replace all of those assets that have currently reached their service life. So if you have vehicles that are already past, the 3 to 5 years or whatever their depreciable life is, we've set that money aside to replace those assets because that's not money that's in operating reserves. That's more to replace capital assets to make sure that your enterprise fund continues to run and operate at a high level. Oh, and the other thing is we did not include any building replacement of buildings in that. So that is just purely what we consider general plan or, like I mentioned before, vehicles, equipment, computers, software, things like that. There's no building replacement of buildings in that cost, or that reserve, excuse me. Finally, for our financial projections, so you can see here the chart to the right, there's a few different things. First, I'll start with the orangish line at the top. So you can see there, by 2030, it's about 31 million. That line is the Florida statute of what you're allowed to have within your enterprise fund. So that is the maximum amount of that you can carry within the enterprise fund. It starts off in 2026 at about $25 million and then grows to about 31 as your operating expenditures grow over the years, and that 4-year average continues to rise. The light blue line is your ending cash balance for each of those fiscal years for your operating and your capital. So the Florida statute really only applies to your operating reserve, but to show complete transparency, I wanted to show how the blue and the gray line are very close, because as we're putting money away in that capital reserve, we're also spending it, right? So we're replacing assets as each year goes by, making sure that we're keeping all of our equipment up to date. So though we do put money away in there, we all are also spending that money each year to make sure we're replacing those assets. And then the dotted line is the 90-day cash balance minimum from the county of the minimum amount of cash allowed. So the green bars show the revenue adjustments that we're estimating or proposing during our plan. So in 2026, we're proposing a 52% revenue adjustment to help grow that, to help grow our operating reserves, but also keep our enterprise fund healthy. So you can see at the end of 25, we're just under $10 million in total funds, and like I mentioned before, $3.5 million of that is a loan from other enterprise funds. So it's important that we, adjust our revenues to help not only meet our revenue requirements for a given year, but also continue to grow, start to grow our operating reserves so that we're at a healthy amount. So our observations and recommendations from our study are that the building division revenues do not appear to recover the total allocated costs. Like I mentioned before, there's current subsidization from other departmental transfers, and that we're recommending adjustments in 2026 to be implemented in January 2026 to help offset those incremental costs and help build our fund balance. And then we're also recommending those annual CPI adjustments to help minimize the further inflationary effects and impacts on costs. Our current and projected operating reserves remain in an underfunded position. So as I showed you before, we're under the allowed amount within the Florida statute, and the 25 deficiencies anticipate to continue to lower that operating reserve to less than half the targeted amount from the Florida statute. And again, that's net of your capital reserves, so that those capital reserves set aside for the vehicle replacement and those equipment replacements that we had talked about. So with that being said, we would like for the board to consider the adoption of the proposed plan review, permit fees, and miscellaneous fees. We think that it would be prudent for the department and division to review the cost recovery analysis and the operating reserve annually within their budget process. And then also we'd recommend that the county look at these fees every 2 to 3 years as the change in the building permit activity, and then ensure that we're completing our compliance with the Florida statutes for the fund balance.
I have a couple of commissioners lit up here. Commissioner LoCastro.
Can you go back to it was one of your first slides where it had that the average rate of increase was 0.09.
This one here?
Right there.
Yep.
Okay. The only thing I just wanted to say is this is the slide I wanted to end on, because if not, when we approve this unanimously, or maybe we won't, but when I vote to approve this, I don't want the front page of the paper tomorrow to say, county commissioners exponentially raise fees. We all got emails from people that are going to be on the other end of these fees that supported it. And so I think it's important that, you went through a lot of detail. It was kind of like, death by a million cuts, but I know you got to do that to get all the numbers on there. But, the reality is, and a little bit of the lesson learned here, and we're doing it into some other areas, rather than have these small little bumps and we all pat ourselves on the back that, wow, we didn't raise fees. And then, our replacements all come in here in 5, 6 years, 3 years, whatever it is. And they're in a little bit of a hole, and then they have to raise, fees by a big number. So we're doing it a lot smarter and getting away from that. Sounds like this is one of the things that's catching up, and even your customers agree. I mean, how many times do you get a note from someone that's going to pay this slightly higher fee that gets it? So I just wanted to sort of end on this, because a lot can be lost in the numbers, but the reality is playing a little bit of catch up. It's not an exorbitant jump. It's not something that we decided on our own here because we want to pad our pockets or something like that. I think you explained it very eloquently, but this is, to me, is really the summary slide, but thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. Well, and the advantage of a little bit of history, we had 2 rate cuts prior to this. And that's what the discussion that I want to have is what precipitated the rate cuts to then lead us into a spot where we didn't have enough revenue in order to support the organization. And then I have a couple of follow-up questions.
So thank you, excuse me, thank you again, Commissioners. For the record, Jamie French. Historically, what we have done and what the board has directed us to do is that we've had intentionally held our rates low. And that was predominantly for a couple different reasons. One was the recovery. Again, these rates have not really been revisited since 2010. You went through an economic downturn. You also went through a numerous of different hurricanes and weather events. And really you had a lot of economic recovery. So the board has subsidized or purposely kept that fee low so that it offered a certain level of service and surety to the industry. And the industry has certainly benefited from it because these are pass-through costs. And I know Commissioner LaCastro, you and I recently had a discussion about where a person was charged $1,200, but yet our fee was $80. We don't regulate that, and that could have been a construction or an administrative fee. So I can't tell you what the pass-through might be from a contractor to a client. I can only tell you is that your fees are highly regulated by the Florida statute. I can't charge more than what the fee is to provide the service. Now, secondly, in the event, so currently you've got probably somewhere between 140 and 160,000 permits that are currently open. In the event that I don't have enough money to be able to provide that service to that client that's already paid, and the consultant can tell me, or certainly I can defer to Mr. Klatskow, but under 553, it says that your general fund, your taxpayers would be responsible for providing that service. Yep. So you are the authority having jurisdiction. Even if you were to contract this service, you never give it up. And so with the changes in the legislation, part of the 14% is that the intensity of the inspections. We've had milestone inspections. You've had a number of different changes at the Florida level, at the regulatory level, that you have not, and you've chosen, or staff has chosen, to say, let's see how long this lasts and let's see how we can get through it. So to Commissioner McDaniel's point, you really did take a very strong effort in trying to recover your local economy, knowing that about 22% of your workforce is affiliated with the development industry.
Right. So let's go back to my original question. 2 different times I passed rate fee reductions at your recommendation. And I remember specifically discussing it with you out in the hallway. We were reducing the rates for future customers and not giving back the money that we had overcharged to the customer, overcharged the excess money that we had charged in excess of that back to the people who had paid too much. And so where I'm going with this is, Jamie, Mr. French, is the reserve policy. Is the reserve policy established by statute?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so are we allowed to exceed that reserve policy?
No, sir. No, that sets your ceiling, and that's what
put us into the position before when we were coming back with rate reductions, and we just weren't reacting quickly enough to catch up to what was actually transpiring.
At the time, the rates we saw a great deal of volume. Your cost to be able to provide the service was much lower. You were able to recruit and retain, and now we're struggling with that because you've got 140 different private providers that have entered the scene as a change to the legislation. But to your point, that carry forward balance became a liability. So rather than coming through, and it wasn't a full rate reduction, we picked and we chose, and we also capitalized on efficiencies like video inspection, so we were able to actually reduce our cost of providing the service. A good example is that is for an AC changeout, it's not necessarily a permit that goes through a reviewer, it's reviewed and inspected in the field all at the same time. So we did pass that savings on to the client.
I guess, and again, I'm not throwing rocks. I'm just trying to not have to do this again. It's frustrating to me that we approved 2 rate cuts, and now we're coming back with a 52% increase in some of these fees. That's what's frustrating me.
So your rate reductions, I've not brought you a rate reduction in probably about 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
But at the time, your market has changed.
I've been here 9 years, and we did one shortly after I came into office, and then we did the last one 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And again, and that was where I was chirping at you in the hall. We shouldn't be reducing the fees for those going forward. Am I bothering you?
No. It's just that the history is interesting, but
All right. I
it's
still
getting
haven't-
late.
And maybe I haven't gotten the answer that I'm looking for, and I'm fishing. So I'm trying to get to a point where we're not doing this again. I guess that's the simplest question.
This is what the board, we spoke about this in 2024 and 2025 during the budget, and even bringing on establishing the $50 FEMA fee that the state required us to do after all these storms, right? So at the end of the day, this is the first of its kind, where you will have a view every year based on your CPI with a review, where before the history of this fee is that they've just brought it to you whenever they need to adjust it. Now you're going to have visibility on it every year. This is in line with your model that you've established over the last 2 years with ResourceX, and ResourceX was very well involved with this study, as well as Chris Johnson, your budget director. So this is a first of a kind study that runs more like a private business than let's say a typical government that relies on general fund would do so.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Do we have any of your registered speakers? Let's go ahead and go through those.
Yes, sir. We have 2 registered speakers. The first being Amelia Vasquez, and she will be followed by Bill Varian. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Amelia Vasquez. I'm the Executive Officer for the Collier Building Industry Association. The Collier Building Industry Association fully understands the county's position. Under Florida law, the building department must operate as a self-sustaining enterprise fund, and we recognize that general tax revenues cannot be used to subsidize permitting and inspection operations. We also acknowledge that the departmental reserves are currently below target levels. Our members respect and support the county's responsibility to maintain a balanced fund while continuing to meet service delivery, technology, and staffing needs. We share the commitment and want to see a well-run building department and that continues to provide consistent, high-quality service to our community. We understand and support the fee increase. However, what raises concern is the proposed magnitude and increase and the speed at which the process is being advanced. While we recognize the need to ensure the building department remains financially sustainable, the proposed adjustments, in many cases doubling or tripling existing fees, have unintended consequences to the construction industry, specifically as it faces possible broad economic slowdowns and potential impact fee increases. We believe a more balanced approach is possible, one that allows the county to meet financial objectives while giving the industry time to adjust, predictability, and responsibly, supported by transparency and operational efficiency and open communication. Brevtilla's study underscores that achieving the county's financial goals will require a comprehensive approach. Fee adjustments alone are not sufficient. Long-term fiscal stability also depends on continued attention to operational efficiency, cost management, and strategic innovation. CBI supports a balanced, data-driven approach that strengthens the building department's financial position while maintaining an economically feasible environment for those who build and invest in Collier County. Our goal is partnership, ensuring that growth and regulation continue to move forward together responsibly and sustainably. We suggest your consideration for a phased implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Bill Varian.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Manager. For the record, my name is Bill Varian. I've been a resident here of Collier County for more than 35 years. I am president of William J. Varian Construction Company, and also had the privilege of being a past president of the CBIA, and I am your current chairman of DSAC. On our October 1st DSAC meeting, we unanimously supported the proposed fee increase. We recognize that a comprehensive fee study hadn't been conducted in over 15 years, which was brought forward. In fact, during that time, we know that there have been several reductions, even though the cost of doing business has gone up. When you average out the proposed adjustments, if you look at the 15 years, it's probably less than about 4% a year. So speaking as a business owner, it both seems reasonable and sustainable. It's important to note that the building department is run as an enterprise fund, meaning it does not rely on general taxpayer dollars. It's 100% funded by the fees collected for the plan reviews and inspections. Currently, the department's revenue are below stated recommended levels, as noted. This fee adjustment will, of course, help bring those reserves back in line while ensuring adequate staffing levels to maintain the high quality of service our industry depends on. I'm sure you're aware that under state statute, Collier County is obligated to provide these timely plan reviews and permitting services. Maintaining sufficient staff is essential to meeting those requirements. I'm sure you also know the state statutes have been changing, which Jamie mentioned, Mr. French. A lot more regulations and timeframes have been put on staff with that. On a related note, though not part of today's vote, I'd like to raise some important concerns. I'm a remodeling contractor, so I primarily work on existing taxpayers' homes. And how many times I go into a home at a sales call and I've said, do we really need a permit? I hear it's a nightmare down there. And it is extremely frustrating knowing what we have staff. We have fantastic staff. So it's always frustrating when I do go out. I do explain that it's not a nightmare, but it's a process that takes time to ensure the safety and compliance. Yet in today's on-demand world, our culture, people seem to want stuff snap of a finger. Keeping the building department fully staffed and well supported is key to maintaining efficiency and public confidence in the system. Your review staff are outstanding, knowledgeable, professional, and always willing to assist when contacted. However, I have noticed numerous vacancies and turnovers as employees leave for positions that other municipalities and the private sector are offering. While I understand that the county's salary can never match what the private sector compensates, I urge you to explore creative alternatives, whether they're through pay adjustments, retention incentives, or career development opportunities to help retain this valuable team. Again, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, any further discussion from the board? If not, then we need a motion to move forward.
I have one quick
Commissioner Daniel?
question. In your process, I see these fees are going to take effect as of January of 26, correct?
Yes, sir. And that was identified within your budget.
Is that from your information from the industry, is that sufficient time for, because these are pass-through expenses that a contractor, when he's remodeling somebody's house, whatever the fee is going to be, he's got to be able to pass that on. Is that sufficient time for them to not have to carry that additional burden?
Yes, so this does not do a look back. This would only be for those permits that came in on that date.
As of January 1st going forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the lag period, gosh, I'd love to be able to implement these yesterday, but there is some software that's involved with your third-party software, CityView, that reaches across pretty much the entire county. So by the time, and we do testing, so that way it's seamless to the client on January 1st.
And my last question, before I make a motion for approval, is would it help if we work with our legislature to adjust the statute for your reserve policies so that we're not in this flux?
Sir, I think that I certainly would appreciate any effort to talk with the legislative body on knowing what's happening in your local community. However, we are fine operating. This is the most, and I want to stress that, this is the most volatile enterprise fund that you have the authority over.
Well, how do you level off volatility? You level that off through a sufficient reserve to carry you through the good or through the slower times when the good times are in place. And if the reserve policies that are established by the statute aren't adequate, let me know what those adjustments need to be.
And we are working closely with your HR department and the industry on getting that level of volatility removed. Thank you.
All right, we're ready for a motion. Mr. McCann, Commissioner
Made a
McCann.
motion for approval.
All right, second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you. And Mr. Orr, it's good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
It's been a while.
Thank you. Commissioners, that brings us back to land use. We are to item 9B. This item does require commissioners to provide ex parte disclosure, and all participants are required to be sworn in. This is a recommendation to approve a rezone ordinance to change the zoning from the commercial intermediate zoning district to the residential multifamily 16 zoning district to allow up to 16 multifamily dwelling units per acre for a total of 28 multifamily dwelling units. The subject 1.86 plus minus acre parcel is located on the west side of Tamiami Trail North and bordered on the north by 93rd Avenue North and on the south by 92nd Avenue North in Section 33, Township 48 South, Range 25 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, let's do the disclosures, please.
Yes, Commissioner Colwell.
Yes, I have meetings and emails on this item.
Commissioner Hall.
I've got it all again.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Meetings and calls.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Meetings and emails.
And I have the same as well.
All right, if we could have everybody stand that is going to be participating, including public speakers, to be sworn in by the court reporter. Very good. Mr. Yovanovich.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, Rich Yovanovich on behalf of the petitioner. I have with me David Stratman, who is the Vice President of Development for Rachel Development. They're the property owner and the applicant on this petition. Myself, Mr. Mulhair, John Vonnie is our civil engineer, Ted Treesh is our transportation consultant, and Richard Guzman is our architect. Unlike many petitions that are before you that are contingent, the contract is contingent on rezoning. This is property that is currently owned by my client, and they are bringing forward a proposed rezone of 1.86 acres that is currently zone C3, and they are requesting to rezone it to RMF 16 for 28 luxury multifamily condominiums. Bob Mulhair will take you through the details of the master plan, but one of the conditions we included in our rezone petition is to cap the height of the proposed residential buildings at 50 feet, which is the current C3 zoned height on the property. RMF 16 allows a height of 75 feet. So what we requested was to cap the height at 50 feet, which is currently allowed under the C3 zoning, which I don't know how anybody could say is not consistent and not compatible with what's around the community, since that's the already anticipated height that can occur on the building. And we've had comments from neighbors concerned about the height of the proposed residential, but it's consistent with what is allowed by right today under the existing C3 zoning. We are utilizing the conversion of commercial zoning bonus in your comprehensive plan. That is there for a reason. Back in 1989, when the growth management plan was adopted in Carter County, this property was deemed consistent by policy, meaning the commercial got to stay because it was already commercial. The growth management plan today would not allow commercial on this piece of property. Commercial is supposed to be at activity centers. So there's an incentive to convert property that is inconsistent with your growth management plan to something that is consistent with your growth management plan, which is residential. And we're utilizing that provision under your growth management plan. So our request is consistent with your growth management plan. And Bob will show you some pictures of the existing development. I refer to this as the old Burger King parcel. It's across from Mercado. We'll show you the abandoned Burger King, and we'll show you the existing auto repair that's allowed on the property and exists on the property today. We will show you some architectural renderings. And the intention of the growth management plan is to basically eliminate strip commercial that's narrow along the East Trail and the North Trail and replace it with development that is in keeping with Carter County's anticipated development. This will be a market rate for sale condominium project fronting US 41 with Naples Park behind it. The property is across from Mercado. You can see the project site on the visualizer. We have 93rd Avenue North to the north and 92nd Avenue North to the south. We're adjacent to Rib City. And our request is to rezone the property to a residential development. Again, the comprehensive plan today, as you can see, designates this property yellow, which is urban residential. It's not supposed to be commercial. We are not in the coastal high hazard area. And basically, there are two options for this piece of property. Rezone the property to the 28 units we're requesting under the the commercial conversion provisions within your growth management plan, or develop under existing rights that exist with the property today. Commercial, although it is zoned commercial, is not what my client will do as an existing right under the property. My client will develop this as a residential project. And I want to make sure I say this the right way. It's not a threat. It's a right that my client has today to develop this property under the Live Local Act. And under the Live Local Act, that would be 47 units, not 28 units. Under the 47 units, 28 of those units would still be market rate for sale condominium units. And they would have 19 rental units serving the 120% and below category, which several of you have said 120% of the income level, that's roughly $130,000, is not affordable housing. But we would develop that, and we would get nice rents. These would be luxury rental units. So we would do 47 units versus 28 units. And in lieu of 50 feet height limitation, we would build at 100 foot. Because under the Live Local Act, the options are the maximum density, which is 25 units per acre, and the tallest building within a mile, either zoned or already constructed, which the Fifth Third Bank building is the tallest building in a mile, and that's at 100 feet, 100 foot zoned. So that option would be purely go get a site development plan approved, and there would be no public hearing. Today, we're here with a public hearing to propose to you keep the height at 50 feet and only give us 28 units instead of allowing us to develop 47 units, which is allowed as a matter of right. We had our neighborhood information meeting, and there were some people there who said they want to see commercial stay on the property. Commercial's not going to stay on the property. There were people who came in and said, we don't want residential, but residential is really the only two options my client has. One of those options is to go through this public hearing process. The other is to go through the Live Local Act process. We will show you the site plan for both the 50-foot option and the 100-foot option. I believe, and my client believes, building at 50 feet, consistent with what's anticipated to happen on the property today, is better for the community than the other option, which is live local, which we can do as a matter of right, which would be the 100 feet. I'm going to have Bob take you through the existing uses, the master plans, the proposed architectural renderings, the conditions of approval in the rezone. And with that, when we're done with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions. My client's here to answer any questions you may have regarding the anticipated uses on the property, the options that are on the table. At the end of the day, your planning staff recommended approval. Your planning commission unanimously recommended approval. We're asking you to allow us to develop this at 28 units, 50 feet in height, to rezone the property consistent with your growth management plan. All of the expert testimony at the Planning Commission and probably what you'll hear today support that we meet the rezone criteria, that we are compatible with the neighborhood, we are consistent with your growth management plan. And with that, those are my brief introductory comments, and I'll have Mr. Mulhare come up here and go through the greater detail of the master plan.
We're going to need to take a court reporter break here pretty soon. Should we do that now?
Why don't we?
Okay, we're going to come back at 10 minutes after 3.
We've already approved that. Same people on it.
Oh, yeah.
Same alternates, everything, just rename it. Yep. Well, I mean, the rights and powers are gonna shift over to recommendations for the GMP review.
No, I don't.
She would today.
Yeah, well, it's the 5-year review of the GMP, so.
Still holding out? Look at you. Where's the person with the cards, do you know? There's a lady, right? Wasn't there a lady that did this?
No, it was the man.
Oh, the dude. I'm not going to be here 10 minutes.
He'll be back at 3:15. We're on a court report.
I'm leaving. I've spent the day here and never got to speak other than being interrupted. So I want to pass my time to this lady. How do I do that?
You have to be
You have to be here to do that.
Pass your time. That's the rules.
Well, she can put a slip in. Can she put a
write on
slip
there
in to
seating
speak for
time
herself?
too. That goes right on
Other
the slip.
people put slips
You have
in
to be
after 9
present in the
o'clock.
audience while you cede the time to them.
My 8 hours don't count.
Yes, sir. And
Please.
rules are rules. If we have an agenda item, that's when you speak on an agenda item. Public speakings are things that are not on the agenda. Rules in life, we all follow them.
Can she at least
People
put
do,
a,
not all people.
I know, but we try to, right? All good people try.
yeah, because other people are you. Thank you, sir.
I saw you.
I will gladly, thank you.
Yeah.
The Kirkers. I looked, I watched, I went, oh boy.
I know. All right, it's because of good ice cream. Don't ride on the Mockley. Oh, we are. It'll pass 4 to 1. No. That's what the news said. No. Did you see Bosey's face when he plopped down next to him? Posey went.
Buenos Aires. I've been there. My daughter went up to Iguazu Falls and the whole deal. So just overnight.
Picture him with a horse.
No, you know what? I
Just attention to detail kind of guy.
I saw that.
I know, but it's still set on.
It did.
He's really a good guy. He's just got a job to do. It's not personal. I spend a lot of time with Rich. I mean, I saw him at 8 o'clock this morning in the office before we started. He's a great land attorney. He does a good job for his clients. It's just this one we don't like. This one doesn't give us a choice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I figured that. Yep.
Well, he's getting paid to do that. He's just a good attorney.
You fly down yesterday or?
I usually try to do
Why, Buenos Aires. It always kills me.
I was a chaperone. There's pizza in the fridge you can take home. Yeah. I don't know, it didn't get delivered.
visualizer, or excuse me, the screen in front of you is an aerial of the existing conditions. And the purpose of this aerial, from my perspective, is to show you the access points here, here. Right here you've got, it looks like it's arrowed to go through the building and then make a right out. I think that's like an oil change. Here, and that's right onto 41. And over here you have another ingress and egress, and then you have all of this head-on parking along 93rd Street that goes right up to the intersection. So you do have kind of a non-conforming existing condition with respect to access that is not good. It's a lot of conflicts and a lot of conflicts on 41. This is the Burger King. I don't know how long that's been closed. It's a long time. It's maybe 3-5 years. I don't know. It's a pretty long time, and you can see that it's deteriorated quite a bit. And then here, so I think this is that lube or oil change or something like that with direct access out onto the Tamiami Trail. And then there's a detailing place. You know, these are kind of non-conforming, and in terms of how you get in and out of the building. So, as Rich mentioned, we've limited the building height to 50 feet, which is what's allowed in the C3 district, and RMF 16 allows 75 feet. This is the site plan for the 50-foot structure with all required parking, including guest parking. Meets all the setbacks, and has access, removed all of the access to Tamiami Trail, and has the access here and here close to Tamiami Trail, but sufficient to allow for appropriate stacking. There was a question asked at, I think, the NIM, or maybe it was at the Planning Commission, about deliveries. There's more than adequate opportunity for delivery trucks to come in and you know, park, do whatever they need to do to deliver it, and then, you know, get back out. So the design is consistent with all of the LDC requirements. We have some architectural renderings. This is looking north from the east side of Tamiami Trail, looking north, and the building is depicted right here. That's looking south, so this would be 93rd here. Obviously a very attractive building. An aerial here, pool in the middle, your two access points, 93rd and 92nd. Rich mentioned the other options are to either build under the C3 zoning, which, you know, is not what the comp plan wants. It's an incentive, this additional density, to have that non-conforming commercial go away. And as you can see, it doesn't look very nice, and the piece of property has been on the market and closed for a long. The Burger King been closed for a long time. Or to develop it under the live local by right, 25 units an acre, and up to 100 feet in height, so we would net, you know, 47 total units that way. This is a site plan of the live local. We meet all the setbacks. The building height is approximately 100 feet, so we can fit the units in and still fit larger units in for market rate. And this is a graphic of, I think it's 7, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 floors with under building parking. It's approximately 100 feet in height. Another rendering of that live local. Another rendering from the Rib City perspective. But I think this exhibit really shows you the difference. This is the 28 unit, max 50 feet right here. And then you come over here, and this occupies pretty much the entire site and just goes higher. But we can design it to meet all the requirements. And as was indicated, my client actually owns this property, so obviously they're going to have to do something with it. We've talked about C3 and what it allows. The traffic generation for the proposed use is significantly less than what can be reasonably accommodated by under the C3 zoning. 298 trip reduction with what we're proposing. think these are the two conditions in the resolution. One is the maximum height of 50 feet, and the other one is a total, a trip cap of 33, two-way PM peak hour net trips. And so, in conclusion, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, which again incentivizes this. Multifamily is certainly more compatible than what you see on that site. If you take a look at it, it's not very nice. And the site design meets or exceeds all of the required setbacks and open space, and reduces access to two locations, and eliminates the problematic non-conforming access along US 41.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, this is just one of those things that I don't get the privilege of liking a project or not liking a project. I've had a lot of communication with the neighbors behind in Naples Park, some in Pelican Bay. And when the public sees a petition like this come forth, all they see is 28 units, all luxury. They see a 4-story building going in, which there's nothing even close to being around it that's that tall. However, it's clear that zoned C3 can be 50 feet tall, but there's nothing around that is that tall, so the neighbors don't care. All they know is there's nothing there now, and they don't want something else. All they see is actual traffic and the assumptions. They don't really see the actual counts that are calculated. It's just something that's in their backyard, and the stereotype is huge. You know, I've told them that I will support their wishes no matter what. Like I said, I don't get the privilege of liking or disliking. They've made it clear to me, and I've committed to them that I'll go with what they want. And it may be they may get what they want, but they may not want what they get. So it's just like some of the comments that have come to me and the stereotyping are, this project is on autopilot to approve. Like they're not going to be listened to. The commissioners are we've all heard this one. The commissioners are in the pocket of the developer. Straight ticket to jail if you are. It's not a bad project, but just another one. And those are just the comments that the public and the stereotypes that they have adopted. And it's like a horse that wants to get back to the barn. You're not going to turn it no matter how hard you pull on the bit. It's going to the barn. And that's the public's perception right now of this project. And it's exactly why I hate the Live Local Act. It preempts our ability. It's something that Mr. Yovanovitch's client, he has it by right to do that. And the public doesn't see that. They're not educated enough. They've been told that, but I don't think the reality is set in. It's just a project that's coming, that the public, that I'm going to have to stick with them on. And I know we have a couple of speakers, but before they speak, they're going to be speaking in opposition, and one of them's going to have a change that they would like to make. But I'm going to throw it out there with a motion, and if I get a second, I have a plan, and if I don't get a second, you have a plan. So my motion's going to be...
Commissioner Hall, on the motion, the process we should follow, we should see if there's a staff report.
Oh, okay, sure.
And then hear the speakers and then get into the motion. If you don't mind waiting just a few minutes on that. Mr. Bosey, do you have a very brief staff?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, and as indicated by the applicant's slide, staff is recommending approval. We had recommended approval.
Do we have registered speakers? Let's go through the public hearing speakers.
Yes, sir. We have 4 registered speakers, 2 in the room and 2 on Zoom. The first registered speaker is Susan Zender, and she'll be followed by Gretchen Farlander.
Hello again, Commissioners. Nice to see you. My name is Susan Zender, and I am speaking on behalf of Marcia Onick, a resident of Naples Park and past president of the Naples Park Area Association. Marcia is unable to join the meeting today. Marcia writes, I would like to register my opposition to this project in its current form and offer a solution. While the future use map showing the general plan for the subject property is noted as urban residential, it does not specify the residential zone. The applicant is requesting RMF 16, allowing 16 units per acre and a building height of 50 feet. This density and height is not consistent with most homes in Naples Park and creates a block of housing with 260% the density of this already densely populated neighborhood. The current project proposes 4 floors with a height of 50 feet. This is 4 times the height of most homes near the subject property and would give condo residents direct views down into neighbors' backyards and private outdoor spaces. The 2025 amendment to Florida's Live Local Act recognizes that new affordable housing buildings bordering existing neighborhoods should blend into the neighborhood. It specifies that for projects bordering neighborhoods with at least 25 continuous homes, the height can be restricted to 150% of the height of adjacent buildings, or 3 stories, whichever is greater. The solution I propose is that the rezone be to RMF 6. This would allow 11 units on that site, which are easily accommodated on 2 floors over parking. This 3-story building, only 1 story lower, will better blend with the Naples Park neighborhood and will be consistent with the direction from the state. This approach not only allows this project to blend nicely with the Naples Park neighborhood, it will also set appropriate precedents for further conversion of properties over time from commercial to urban residential. Allowing RMF 16 will distort the already dense neighborhood and result in increasing avenue congestion in Naples Park and traffic congestion on US 41. However, rezoning to RMF 6 will mitigate these issues while executing the county's plan to convert properties along US 41 to urban residential over time. While a cut in units will be initially undesirable to the developer, the One Naples development provides instruction that return on investment can be achieved with lower density and height by providing desirable luxury and exclusivity. Please require that this project change the rezoning to RMF 6 with 11 units, 3 stories, or deny the project. Thank you for your time.
And who is following, Gretchen?
On Zoom, that would be Anne Marie Desio.
Is Gretchen?
My name is Gretchen Farlander, and I live in Naples Park. We had a meeting not too long ago, I want to say back this spring, and a lot of the residents showed up there because people are really, really, really upset about a huge building like that going in Naples Park. And there's nobody that's denying that that lot is disgusting. We all know that. We all want to see it better. But I think the general consensus is we're looking at a massive building that's literally looking in people's backyards. And these are tall. You know you're going to be able to see down those roads. And, you know, I listen to other people doing stuff in the communities, and they're all, well, we're doing a really nice landscaping buffer and this, that, and the other. Well, I mean, how many years is it going to take to grow a tree that's 50 feet tall that is going to give the privacy to these people? I mean, it's just, I'm not against the project, I guess. I mean, I want to see it better. I just feel like, I mean, we're really encroaching on people's privacy, and that's where the issue is. And there is no other building that's 50 feet tall. I don't even think the buildings at Mercado are 50 feet tall. They might be, but I think those are just a couple stories. So, you know, I don't think that people understand the Live Local Act. I've spent a lot of time talking to it. I've spent a lot of time, you know, communicating with Chris Hall, like, what can we do? You know, this Live Local Act has really kind of created a problem for Naples Park. Because if we don't go through with having a smaller project, now we're setting precedent for the rest of 41 all the way to Immokalee Road, because that will be within the 1 mile radius. We can have 100-foot buildings all the way down the trail. So I feel like we need to do something. We have a lot of angry neighbors. They are going to blame you guys, because they already are, and they're already saying we don't have a voice. You know, nobody will listen to us. I've made it very clear. I've talked to Chris Hall. He wants to hear you email him, email the board members. I don't know if you guys got emails. I'm just hoping that we can do something a little differently than what we had with, you know, Naples One. People are just mad, and I just don't want to see that continue. You know, I mean, we got to clean up the park. I get it. It's got to get better. But I'm just hoping that we can preserve people's privacy, because that's pretty obnoxious. I would not want that many people staring in my backyard, and they were there first. So I appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Hall, for being so available to all of us.
Your next registered speaker is on Zoom, Anne Marie Desio. You should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself, and I see you have 3 minutes.
Your decision on this project will be the cornerstone for future development in Naples Park. First, I would like to...
We're not able to hear that,
I'm sorry.
or at least I'm not able to hear it. I'm not sure if anybody else can.
I can hear it fine.
Oh, okay.
Are you all right? You turn it down. Turn it up.
She started off thanking us, Mark.
I'm sorry. 3 minutes has got me under a lot of pressure, so I'm going to talk
We'll
really
start the
fast.
We'll start the timer all over again. So you have 3 minutes going forward.
Thank you, Chairman. Your decision on this project will be the cornerstone for the future development in Naples Park. First, I would like to thank Commissioner Hall for the excellent job he does in keeping the community informed. But for one of his coffee with the commissioner meetings, I would not have even known that the project was in existence, and I live a few blocks away from it. Speaking of coffee, I was kind of hoping that Starbucks would replace Burger King. That being said, there's a couple of problems that I see, and one of them, I actually submitted some slides. The project initially was, and up until June, had always been referred to as Mercado West Rezone. Had it just been White Sands luxury condos, I don't think anybody would have been as confused about its relationship to Mercado. At the NIM meeting, it seemed to imply that it was actually part of the Mercado, or that it was an extension or a modification, because it was always advertised as Mercado West Rezone. It seems after the NIM, there was maybe even from Mercado itself, the idea that, it was misleading or, not accurate. I love Mercado. I think Mercado is the gold standard for beautiful residential and commercial design. They design their townhouses to be not seen and not heard. And so it seems to me that somewhere along the line, they actually changed the name of it, and now it's known under its address. And I find that fundamentally unfair to have a public notice that changes the identity of something midstream without any further explanation. In the last presentation, they said formerly known as Mercado West. And so I think it puts the public really seriously behind the 8 ball, trying to keep up with that. The other thing that I was really actually hoping that Commissioner Hall was going to ask for some kind of an adjournment, because it's my understanding that as stinky as Live Local is, the legislature actually recognized that it could impact single family residents, and they changed the law effective July 1st. I think a very good argument could be made that based on those new restrictions, the 100-foot tower option really isn't in play in terms of Naples Park. I'm sure arguments could be made either way. And I think, as my father said, measure twice, cut once. And so I would just ask you to put this matter over for the appropriate staff to consider the impact of changing the name midstream, because the public notice hearing does not match the original NIM notices. And so I would ask you just to back burner it. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I just don't know what the real status is. Thank
Okay.
you, as always. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Your final registered speaker on Zoom is Julia Alessi. Julia, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes, Julia.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Alessi, and I was born and raised here in Naples, Florida, and I currently reside in Naples Park on 93rd, directly next to this proposed site. I am the literal quote-unquote outraged neighbor, and yet I am here to speak in support of this rezone for the condominium project. This development is exactly the kind of smart infill growth our community needs. It places high-quality residences within walking distance of restaurants, shops, and existing infrastructure, reducing the sprawl while supporting our local economy. The project also makes use of an underutilized site that is already served by major roads, utilities, and parking. Because people living here can easily walk to amenities, traffic and infrastructure impacts should be minimal compared to new suburban development. I understand there are always concerns about growth, but this is the right kind of growth: contained, thoughtful, and community enhancing. Mercado West, supposedly whatever the new name will be, will strengthen the vitality of North Naples. Beyond the obvious benefits of the new housing and local economic support, there is an important consideration. The developer has indicated that should this rezoning not be approved by the commission, they may pursue a development path under the Live Local Act, which allows for increased density or height under certain conditions. A local neighborhood post in Nextdoor flagged that, quote, "We basically will either let the project go through as a residential rezone or risk the developer building under the Live Local Act," end quote. In other words, approving this thoughtfully designed rezoning now gives the county and community far more control over the scale, design, parking, traffic mitigation, and neighborhood integration than if the alternative route were pursued. That provides a strategic advantage for the county and residents alike. I respectfully urge you to support and approve this project as a model of responsible, high-quality development that benefits both residents and businesses. And I'll end with this. Naples is not a small town anymore. It's growing, evolving, and attracting people who want to live, work, and invest here. Growth is happening whether we like it or not, so you can either get on the train or get left behind. Approving this project is about embracing smart, managed growth that benefits everyone. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Hall, you were in the middle of
Yes.
discussion.
So, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a suggestion, and it would just be pretty much of a favor. The choice is pretty much obvious here, but I would like the chance to come back at the meeting in December and have a chance to go to the public, because there's a large amount of them, and sit down with them, with Mr. Yovanovich, and let him explain, and let me explain to them what the choices are, because there's a lot of confusion, and you can see right there where one speaker says, we've changed the name from Mercado West. It's been the same ever since day one. But I would be in, it's a hot potato in my district. And I'd just like that opportunity, if that would be fine with y'all.
All right, Commissioner McDaniel? We'll consider that to be a motion to continue for the...
Yes.
All right, we have one meeting in December.
To the meeting in December. And I don't think it'll take long.
What's the date of that meeting, just so we are on the record?
December 9th.
December 9th. Okay, so the motion is to continue this for additional consideration and comment until the meeting in December 9th. Commissioner McDaniel.
May I can either hold my I have no, I'm stuttering right now because I have questions on the project that I can go to, or if you want, if it's the will of the board to continue the item, we can do that. So
Well, let's see if there's a second to the motion. Is there a second to the motion to continue?
Can the petitioner briefly address the request? Could maybe make it easier for the board.
Okay, no issues with that, but go ahead.
Yeah. By way, before, the answer is, of course, if Commissioner Hall believes that it'll be beneficial to the process, we're happy to sit down and talk to the residents about what the options are. So out of respect for, Commissioner Hall requesting, we're not going to stand in the way of that request. I do have a couple questions about what happens next, because we've had our hearing, we've had all the public input. What I don't think is fair to us is to agree to the request, and then we open up public comment again, and there's 50 more people now that all of a sudden show up, and a good deed gets punished by doing that process. So I'm just trying to understand, are we done with public comment, and we're just going to hear questions back and forth about the project and report back how that meeting goes? Because I think it's a fair request for us to say, please, happy to have the conversation, but we shouldn't be subjected to a bunch of new speakers.
Well,
and I'm just asking that question.
Yeah. I believe if we do continue it, and we do have speakers, I think we're going to be obliged to at least hear the speakers.
But I think you just closed the public hearing, so that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I understand, but if we continue this and we have people in the audience that register to speak on it, I think we're going to be hard pressed to say no, that you can't speak on this. We can. That's just my sort of gut feeling, and we'll make sure if that happens, we'll make sure everything's fair.
And then my next request is, could we please be the first public hearing?
I'll second the motion.
And if there's any chance we can maybe be like first thing in the morning as a time certain, would be
Why don't we do
nice.
this? I'll second the motion, but let's set it for time certain on the 9th, I think is what you said.
Like, how about 9:30? I'm not trying to be funny, but I think that's going to be a fairly packed agenda because it's the last one of the year. And for consideration by one of the speakers, if you rezone us to 50 feet, you're now setting a standard that's 50 feet to start being measured from versus 100 feet. So I just wanted to get that into the thought process before we have a meeting.
Well, I'm gonna second the motion. We'll try to keep the public hearing closed, or at least to a minimum if we, because we do have a tendency not to tell people they can't speak when they come here. We'll set this for a time certain. 9:30 is fine by me. And any further discussion on the motion to continue? Then I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Then we'll see you in about a month.
In about a month, yes, sir. God willing.
All right, Ms. Patterson, we have another.
Yes, sir. We have items 9C and 9D, formerly 17A and 17B. These items were moved to the regular agenda at Commissioner Hall's request. I will read them into the record. They require, the first requires commission members to provide ex parte disclosure and participants to be sworn in. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance rezoning property from the rural agricultural zoning district to the residential planned unit development for a project to be known as the 8928 Collier Boulevard RPUD to allow for 92 multifamily residential dwelling units with affordable housing. The subject PUD consists of 9.49 plus minus acres, is located on the east side of Collier Boulevard, approximately 1,300 feet north of the intersection of Collier Boulevard and Hacienda Lakes Parkway in Section 14, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. Its companion is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 89-05 as amended, the Collier County Growth Management Plan to create the Benita Flores Residential Infill Subdistrict to allow 92 multifamily residential dwelling units with affordable housing, directing transmittal of the adopted amendment to the Florida Department of Commerce. Again, the subject property is located on the east side of Collier Boulevard, approximately 1,300 feet north of Hacienda Lakes Parkway, in Section 14, Township 50 South, Range 26 East, consisting of 9.49 plus minus acres. With that, Commissioners, ex parte.
Okay, Commissioner Colwell.
It used to be 17. All right, I have to just get my numbers here right.
Yes.
I have no disclosures on
Commissioner Hall?
I have none.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Nope, none
Commissioner
here.
Castro?
Meetings and emails.
And I have no disclosure. Commissioner Hall, you had asked for this to be taken off the consent agenda. Let's see what the issue is there.
Sir, we have to swear the participants in really quickly. If anybody participating could please stand and be sworn in by the court reporter, including any public comment.
Commissioner Hall, what's the issue that you're raising?
So I pulled this off of the summary agenda, mainly because this is the very first time that I've heard of it. I never had heard of anything of it. And Mercado West was on the summary agenda. And I kindly asked that that go on the regular agenda as well, and you can see why. It's just like what I mentioned in the last meeting. I don't want us to be duped into increasing density, thinking that we're doing something noble with affordable housing. I'll spare the numbers, but basically at 100 and 120%, and even at 80%, the caps on the affordable chart are actually higher than the market rents. You can go all over town and buy a two-bedroom apartment, rent a two-bedroom apartment for less than $2,000, even get 2 months free. So supply has impacted those rents. We've got about, where this project is going, when I was looking at it, it looks like to me there's probably, I don't know, 25 or 30 acres. It should be what, Commissioner LaCastro, is that in your district down there? That 25 or 30 acres, it's completely surrounded by development. And this is 1,300 feet north of the Costco that we just talked about last month, or actually this month. And I don't think that we're overbuilding at all. And I'm not against growth, but I want to grow smart. I don't want to just grow for the sake of being lulled into, well, we always approve 70% market rate, 30% affordable. I mean, that's just kind of the standard. That's not the standard. We approve every one of these things differently. And if that property, my first thoughts was, what do we need? What do we need in the community? What do we need in our county? One of the needs we have is light industrial. It's business park stuff. It's stuff that creates jobs. And then, because of the Mercado West conversation, I'm hesitant. I'm not even going to bring that up, because if we go C3 or C4, then that can be straightly manipulated into Live Local Act. So then it just brings to me, what do we do? Do we ask the petitioner to come back and give us some more public benefit with a higher percentage? I mean, basically, there's 92 units proposed. 28 of them are rent restricted. 9 of them at 80% AMI. 9 of them at 100%, and then 10 of them at 120%, which is pretty close. It's above market rate rents. So it's not like I don't feel like that they're giving us great public benefit. And nothing, you'll get a chance. You'll get a chance. Commissioner LaCastro mentioned the phrase earlier. It's kind of like a death by 1,000 cuts. It's not a bad project. It's just another project, and it's another project, and it's another project, and we don't ever slow it down. We don't ever slow it down. And I want to let us have a conversation, and you can do what you want to do, but I just want the conversation of how we can slow it down, how we can stop increasing the density. Everywhere I go, that's the number one thing. When are you going to stop the building in Collier County? Mm-hmm. And I said, we can't stop people from coming in, but we can make different decisions to stop the residential infill and the residential density. That's just the conversation that I wanted to have.
Let's go ahead and hear from the petitioner, if you'll introduce your petition, and then we'll go through the normal process for land use, and then I'll get to you as soon as they make their presentation. I just wanted to get an idea of why this was off the consent agenda. It makes sense.
Understood. For the record, I'm Josh Philpott on behalf of the applicant. I am a principal with Stantec and the lead planner for this project. Here with me today is Joel Bligstad, our engineer for the project with Stantec, and then our client, Michael Crejon, the owner of the property as well. We're here today to discuss two items, actually. The rezoning of approximately 9.5 acres on Collier Boulevard at 8928 Collier Boulevard. And then the second being a growth management plan amendment to create a new subdistrict to allow for approximately 10 units an acre with a blend of affordable housing. One correction, there was one point of correction. The initial application was for 10, 10, and 10. 10% at 120 units. 10% at 100% of the AMI, and then 10% of 80 AMI. Through working with staff through this process, and it's been a fairly lengthy process from the original application to today, we have amended that request down to 15% at 80% AMI and 15% at 100% AMI with and completely dropped basically reallocating to a lower AMI for this project. So that's the request. In addition to the affordable housing, there's a commitment for, and one other thing, the calculations come to 14 units reserved at 80% AMI, and then 14 units at 100% AMI. So of the 92, approximately 60, I had that number, 64 are market rate. On top of that, 50% of the affordable housing units will be reserved for essential service personnel. That has now been included in the PUD. And at the CCPC, at the request of the CCPC, there was a request to include a condition to for the affordable units to match the blend or mix of unit types in the overall development. So it will not be a commitment of just 1 bedrooms or just 2 bedrooms. It will be a match of the overall unit counts, a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 unit types. Then on top of that, that is a 30-year commitment to preserve those affordable housing units, or affordable units, as well as the essential service personnel reservation as well. Through not only the application, but the staff report and the CCPC recommendation, the application was found to be compatible with the surrounding development. It complies with the Land Development Code as well as the findings for approval in Section 10. And then it is consistent with the growth management plan as recommended by staff and the CCPC. I already mentioned that we already adjusted down from 100 to 120 to 100 through discussion with staff. I think one of the challenges that we have on this site, it is approximately 9.5 acres, but it does function as a standalone project. Now, the project immediately to the south, which is the Lord's Way PUD and growth management plan, that was approved a couple of years ago at the exact same requirements as exact same conditions that are included in this one, with the exception of having a mix of units. So this density and this blend of units or affordable housing is immediately adjacent to the south. The difference being that 600 and some units. It's a much larger project, and so that the cost associated with the lower rent income as well as the infrastructure costs to support the development are shared amongst 600 and some units. In this case, it's 9.5 acres we have at least $1 million to build a bridge across the Collier Boulevard Canal. We have about $850,000 in environmental mitigation, about another $850,000 to $1 million in earthwork, along with standalone utility infrastructure, including lift stations and sewer extensions. With that increased cost really challenge the ability to push either increased affordable units on the site or reduction in those percentages on this project. It really is a challenge, and as rents continue to abate, unfortunately, costs are not at this time. So this is what makes the project viable. Much beyond that, and it's not moving forward. So that's the unfortunate reality. So,
Commissioner Castro, you have comment or questions?
Yes, well, not so many questions. I'm going to make some statements because I've been working on this one very closely, and I work a lot. And I'm going to ask Cormac to come forward. What I commonly hear from people, and this will piggyback on what Commissioner Hall was hearing about his Mercado West, is they just want you to kill it. They just want you to cancel it. So I guarantee you, when you come back in here December, you can have a 20-hour town hall meeting. We're going to vote on the smaller thing. It's just the way it is. And I've said before, sometimes we have to vote on the thing that we hate the least. I can't make them continue to farm that property. It's agricultural land. They have the right to ask for a rezone. I can't make them turn it into a dog park, no matter how many petitions I get or 10,000 emails. It's not possible. You can have 100 town hall meetings, bad ones like I've had about Costco, where we're all going to hell, or maybe you're having a great one and serving coffee. But the reality is, we're not approving these things because we're evil people. And I like the difference in the percentage. And a lot of non-experts, nobody here, I think we're all fairly good experts, but we get input from non-experts. And I just got a whole bunch over the last week about, oh, there's way too many affordable housing units. You were overbuilding. Half of those buildings are empty. Here's the other reality. Whatever the average rent is here, this is the guy right here that I work with on a regular basis that knows all the details. So all the people that send me emails because they read something on Facebook or they were at a Republican club meeting need to sit down with him. $2,000 a month rent is hard to find, okay? So the algorithm might say 2,000 is the average. Cormac, are those things falling from the sky? $2,000 a month, is that falling from the sky? They're everywhere?
Commissioner, I've worked up a few statistics.
I figured you have. I'll finish my comment, and then I want you to separate rumor from fact. Because the other thing that I hear, and I just recently heard from a senior leader in the community, is all these affordable housing units that were, quote, rubber stamping, and we all are at the ribbon cuttings, are not being utilized by first responders. They're half empty. I know Ecos, the one that a lot of us were at, that we cut the ribbon on. I think it was not only full in record time, but I think the last time I sent you a couple of customers to try to squeeze somebody in, your answer was basically like, wait in line. They have a waiting list of 500. So if there's a firefighter, a teacher, or a nurse out there that says we aren't doing anything for affordable housing, then send me an email. I'll send you to Cormac, and he'll give you the list of the waiting lists that you can get on, because we're significantly short in areas. And in my area, and Commissioner McDaniel's he'll start to experience this even more because we have the green space, and so these places tend to gravitate towards our district. They have to trade around a Burger King and a whole bunch of other things to build your thing. What I have is, and we'll hear about it at the next meeting, is I have an old orange grove that nobody wants to harvest oranges for anymore, and I can't make them continue to harvest oranges. Cormac, give us the statistics on affordable housing and the crisis that we have in Collier County. And then also, I'd really like you to explain the misconception of the 80%, the 100%, the 110%, because those are all great math equations, but the reality is what's available. When somebody tells me, oh my gosh, and I'll finalize it here, $2,000 in rent in Naples, that's not affordable housing. Well, actually, the constituents that I talk to that are looking for affordable housing, they're trying to find something close to that or even a little bit higher, and they're jumping on it. So I know you deal with this every day. Give us what you prepared to sort of separate rumor from fact. And then, like I said, I appreciate how you played around with the numbers a little bit. I still don't love it, okay? And same as Commissioner Hall, we can sit here and have a beer together over like, hey, I'm not pounding on tables saying, oh God, thank you for bringing this to my district. But the reality is, in the end, sometimes we have to vote on the thing that we hate the least. And I know in my district, in that area, it's heavy blue collar. When I meet with people in industry and folks that hire a lot of blue collar folks there, they're hunting for a place that's 2,000 or less. Yet we've got places like in Ecos. Let me just ask you this, Cormac, and then go through your thing. What's the cheapest rent in Ecos? Just if you know off the top of your head, the person that qualifies, and hits all the parameters. What's the cheapest that somebody pays there?
About less than $500 a month.
Right. So I know a nurse that has 3 kids and she pays $900 a month to live in Ecos. Okay. So that is affordable housing, and we're trying to deliver more of that for the people that qualify. And I just think the average population out there that's complaining to us and throwing us under the bus, saying that we're building, quote, if I hear this one more time, I'm going to go insane, low income housing. These places are palaces. Commissioner Hall will tell you, we were both at Ecos. I was sitting there looking around going, this is 10 times nicer than what I live in. A gym, a theater, a pool. They're able to do all of that at $500 a month, because when we give the green light to add affordable housing, then a lot of these smart developers, and hopefully you're one of them too, can jump on a lot of other incentives to balance out what this is going to cost. And that makes me hate it less. But when I hear there's a single mother nurse who works at NCH with 3 kids, she's actually paying about $800 a month at Ecos, I am thrilled. I'll take 100 emails from people that are totally uninformed on the process, but I am thrilled, and so is Paul Hiltz, who's the CEO at NCH. So we're doing some really great things here. We'll figure out if this one is a really great thing or maybe a mediocre thing. But Cormac, sure. I appreciate you putting together some things to really get on the record here, what we're really doing.
Sure. For the record, Cormac Giblin, your Housing Policy and Economic Development Director. And Commissioner, I have put together, I'm going to start at maybe the macro level and then get hyper-local on us. At the macro level, the state of Florida Schimberg Center does what they call the cost burden analysis to say how many households in Collier County are currently spending more than 30% of their gross monthly income on housing expenses. If you're spending more than 30% on housing, you're living here unaffordably. And right now, there are almost 55,000 households in Collier County living here unaffordably. Of those, more than 26,000 of them are paying more than 50% of their monthly income on housing expenses. That's more than half of every paycheck goes right to the landlord. That is truly living here unaffordably. Again, 26,000 households. The second thing I'll focus on is what rents have done in the past, let's call it the last decade. In the 10-year high for rents charged in Collier County, the market rate rent was in December 2023, and that was $2,900 a month. That's the median market rent. The current rent, or the most current, which was August of 2025, just a couple months ago, was reported at $2,724. So that's $175 less than it was about 2 years ago, which is about a 6% drop. What we see in that 10-year period from 2015 to 2025 is that the first 5 years of that decade-long period, rents went up 3%, 4%, 2%, normal fluctuation. In 2021, they went up 19%, and in 2022, they went up an additional 28%. And since then, they've continued on that normal 1 to 2 to 3 to 5% variation. But they're still not going back to what they were at the beginning of the decade. The income needed to afford that $2,724 market rent is $108,000 a year and change. So in order to live here affordably in the normal market rate apartment that you can be expected to find, your household must make a combined $108,000 a year at least. Now we can focus a little more local. The county does a biannual apartment survey where our staff calls every single apartment complex in the county, be it market rate, affordable, or a mixture of the all the above. There's about 95 complexes on that list. Grows every day, but as of July, which was the last survey, there were 95 apartment complexes that represented about 19,500 individual apartments. So almost 20,000 apartments are being surveyed. We found that in July, there was a 6.5% vacancy rate overall, including the market rates, the luxuries, and the affordables. If we focus that list to just those units that are below the 80% of AMI level and less, that vacancy rate was only 3.8%. That's basically enough to, one tenant moves out, you paint, you make some improvements.
90%, 97% full.
Correct, correct. And that's local data, our own staff calling every single complex. There were 0 apartments available at the time of that call for if you had an income of less than 50% of median income. And then to get even more hyper-local, today I spoke with the CEO of McDowell Housing. They run several large affordable housing developments here in Collier County. One of them they run is Cadenza number 1. It's 160 units, all affordable. Right now they have 29 people on their wait list for that complex. Next door to it, they have Cadenza 2, another 160 unit development, all affordable. They have 58 people on the wait list for that development. And then they also run Ecos Santa Barbara, which is 82 units, all affordable. And they've got 72 families on the list for that development, on the waiting list for that development right now. So Commissioner, that's kind of focusing from the macro, the state data, down to what we do at a county level and then what we see on an individual development level. I can say that in this particular case for the petition before you, the petitioner is correct. Staff refused to issue a recommendation of approval until they adjusted their income limits down to the 80 and at least the 80 and the 80 and the 100. We were not in the business of giving out any public benefit for rentals at 120% of median.
Then like you were saying, even at 100, we have few of those left. So it's not like,
Correct.
100's the average rent and they're available all over town. They actually aren't.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
What else can you tell us about this possible project to educate us? Like you said, you've been in negotiations to get the numbers where we wanted. As far as like where it is, the density of the workforce that's there. What would be the advantages to increasing their density by a bit? Just not a giant amount. We've had bigger increases before, but what would be the advantages, disadvantages, or your expert opinion?
Sure. The way I look at it is in terms of public benefits. So this is 9.5 acres. If this were a typical urban area rezone asking for 4 units to the acre, they would get about 38 units at 4 units to the acre. They are requesting 92 units, of which 28 of them will be affordable. So they're getting a 54 unit bonus over what their base density typically would be. More than half of the bonus, though, is going to be affordable units. So that's the trade-off here, is that in exchange for those 54 extra units, the county's getting 28 affordable units that would be restricted to 80 and 120% for 30 years. 1 bedrooms there at the 80% level would be about $1,700.
Mr. Bosey, would you mind coming forward and give us your opinion on this project and some of the things that you've been working hard on this?
Let's get back to let's do this. Let's get back to the normal procedure here. Mr. Bosey, if you could give us the staff, you've completed your presentation.
Thanks, Cormac.
We'll do the staff presentation, public comment, and then we'll get back to commissioners with questions.
Well, no, that's what I wanted, was his staff presentation. Go.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Staff has reviewed the proposal, and as Cormac has indicated, we had some conversation with the applicant related to where their original position was and what is before the board today. with that 30% commitment for affordable housing at the split of 80 and 100. Staff is recommending support of the project. We recognize it's within the urbanized area, it's within a developing that East Naples community. The number of jobs and employment opportunities are within a 5 to 10 mile radius are plentiful within that urbanized area, and because of that, staff is supporting the petition. And I would remind the board, I've been doing this for 22 years. The ebb and flow of affordability is just that. It's an ebb and flow. You go through some periods where in 2006, 2007, 2008, we were requiring every individual dwelling unit that we were approving had to have a $1,000 commitment to affordable housing. Then the Great Recession hit, and housing affordability really went to the wayside. And but those commitments went away as well. But as we moved through the teen years and as we got to the 20s, the issue of affordable housing really became an issue. In 2017, we invited Urban Land Institute down to look at the issue. What we are getting here and what I've heard, and I understand, this is another of the same 30% commitment. Prior to this Board of County Commissioners, prior to this composition of Board of County Commissioners, we weren't getting any affordable housing. So when we have these units, and these units are restricted for 30 years, so those ebbs and flows that I was talking about of when units become more affordable or affordability becomes less or more of an issue or less of an issue. This is constant for 30 years. They're always going to maintain these inventories of these set-asides. So there are long-term benefits that are associated with it. We understand it's a policy decision. It's completely within the Board of County Commissioners. Our recommendation is that of approval for a number of the reasons that I sought. But we do recognize that there are other issues that come to light. But staff is recommending approval of this. Any questions you may have, I'm happy to answer.
Do we have any registered speakers?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, we'll close public hearing.
Can I make a statement
Yeah,
there?
sure.
So my statement is, no one project's going to solve affordable housing, but at least we're taking small bites out of it. I can't say that the 70 people that are on the wait list or 60 at that one complex is going to race over to this one when the ribbon's cut, but they'll have that option to do that. And this is all in a very, in my opinion, a small footprint of a heavy-duty workforce that is growing in that area of the county. So, I want to see less gigantic luxury apartments, and I'm not comparing because this is apples to chairs with Commissioner Hall's got a similar, issue, but mine's not similar. I want to see less of the extremely, luxury apartments, or if I have to find a balance where you get to have some of those, but then we also get to have a little bit of the half from the constituents who speak with me professionally and not just yell at us and say we're all crazy and stupid and we're turning this place into Miami. But the people that speak with me professionally, they talk about the people that work in their houses, their landscapers, their custodial staff that work in different restaurants and things like that. We're going to have people that work at Costco, and there's only so much green space there. I wish McDowell was standing in front of us, and no disrespect to you, but we're very lucky that he's been able to do some really magical things. You're trying somewhere in the middle, and we stretched you a little bit more, maybe with my colleagues here, because we're all focused on affordable housing. I've said it before, one thing I love about these five guys up here is even if we agree to disagree, we're all paddling in a very similar direction. And I don't think we look at Collier County as 5 separate little districts. And, as long as I get what's in my district, I could really care less if things are imploding in District 5. I don't think any of us feel that way, because this is something that's either going to make Collier County better as a county or not. And we've got, you're going to get great questions from people up here. If there's a way to trim the edges a little bit to make it 51% good for us and 49% good for you, well, I feel like the staff already did that pretty strongly. But, I'm open to suggestions and whatnot. Like I said, some of the commissioners hadn't heard about this project before. I'm very familiar with it in good and bad ways.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah.
How do you do? Just a couple of points. I originally didn't have. I have less of an issue with this request than I typically would. And I think it's important for us to compare apples to apples. You brought up an upcoming hearing on another piece of
I'm
property.
moving it to March.
And I was less concerned with this one because of its proximity and access to 951. There is, and the densities that are also in close proximity, as far as I can tell, are considerably higher than what this developer's in fact asking for. So as we're going through these infill pieces, I think it's important for us, a petitioner, property owner, developer has the right to ask, but doesn't have to receive. And so, like it or don't like it, they have that right to ask. And so, I mean, I'm in support of this request, just predominantly because of its proximity to access and ingress and egress off of 951.
That was
Commissioner Hall.
I did have one question for staff. Is this located in the, because of its proximity, in the rural fringe mixed use district?
Mike Bose again, Planning and Zoning Director. No, this is a urban residential sub-district.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a couple of comments. My whole purpose in bringing this up was just so that we could have a conversation. I'm not pro the deal or anti the deal, but we have not slowed the train down on the approval process or anything. My whole purpose in bringing this up was to have the conversation, like, you know, Commissioner Castro, you're talking about Ecos and all of McDowell's properties. Those are amazing properties. They're 100% affordable properties with 50% AMIs, even 30% AMIs. Lovely. Those are slam dunk deals. Love those deals. Even the one that we talked about the other day, we're giving that guy 102 units to go get his financing. That was 100%. I had no problem with that. What I wanted to bring up was us thinking that we're doing something good by increasing the densities for market rate rents to get the token affordable units. Not even close to 50% AMI or 30% AMI. Another thought that I had while you were talking was, you said you can't force these people to grow apples or grow oranges or grow anything, but their property is zoned ag. If they have to sell that property as ag property, then maybe the price won't be so high where somebody can come along and provide 50% AMI or 30% AMI. We have a direct effect on the price of property based on the decisions that we make and the rezone. And we've all made decisions that we hate less, but we're not obligated to say yes because we hate it less. We can say no, or we can require some changes that have greater public benefit. That's what I wanted us to have going forward. That is smart growth, not just growth because staff says yes or the planning commission says yes. They look at projects totally different than the way that we look at it. Just so because they said, yes, this is possible, or yes, this meets certain criteria, doesn't mean that we have to say, okay. We have constituents to answer to, and I'm all about affordable housing. I wish that we had 100% affordable projects coming up all over. The other thing that I wanted to consider, and I brought it up in the last meeting, was since 2023, we may have a pretty full inventory right now, but we've got 9,600 units coming that haven't been built yet. Only 2,700 of those are affordable. So we're giving up that density, and we got people coming in here that we're not getting the full bang for what I think that we could force from these people. And that's the reason why I brought this up. And going forward, I really do want us to consider increasing the densities. And just because we have doesn't mean we have to.
Commissioner Caldwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to address two things. I had this conversation with somebody the other day because I get pushback, even my friends and stuff, like, what are you guys doing? Your apartments, this and that, and all this affordable. And you look at it like an individual like this particular case coming up with the Orange Grove over in District 1. You got a gentleman that had an orange grove. He's worked it for 40 years, barely kept his head above water, busted his butt. It's nice, a novelty thing that people on the weekends go to get a bag of oranges, get some orange juice. And, he farmed this, and you know how hard farming is. It's not an easy life. And, and all they think about is what they're going to leave their children. And then their children are like, well, I have this property, I have this farm. And the children nowadays don't want to work a farm, and he don't want his children working a farm. He don't want them to have that life. So we talk about rights. We all stand up here and we swear an oath to protect people's rights. Sometimes we confuse feelings with rights. Now, a property owner has rights. When a property owner wants to leave something for their children, and he has a right to ask, to create a district, rezone, whatever it is that he feels when he can leave his legacy, his hard work for 40, 50 years of his life to those children someday, he should have the right to get the most he can for his hard work. And he has that right to ask. That's what I'm saying. Those are rights. And sometimes we get confused just because people live 30, 40 miles away or 20 miles away or right a mile away. Those are feelings sometimes. Those are feelings and not rights because they don't like the idea. But in reality is, even when we approve a project like this, it may only have 27 units at the affordable rates and the other 65 at market. Basic economy dictates us that inventory is how you lower price. So even if they come out with market price rate apartments, they don't want them empty. And if we're building too many apartments, the market will adjust itself and they will lower their rates, even on their market adjusted price apartments to fill apartments. Property owners that own apartment buildings don't want empty units. So in reality, just by inventory, the market will self-adjust itself. That is just the way it works. The market will self-adjust. And I sit through those meetings with Cormac, and I hear these numbers that he put out today, because now I'm part of that committee, and like we've all had a chance to sit on it, and it's staggering. We know we're about 55,000 units short of having, and it's not that we're competing with the prices of our market here. We're competing the prices of the apartments in Lee County, Hendry County, wherever they're driving in from, just to have a job every day here in Collier County. So, and that puts traffic on our choke points, our I-75s, our Pine Ridges, our Mockley Roads, our Livingstons. They're all coming in on those choke points, and that's the 55,000 coming in the morning, the 55,000 leaving in the evening. So it's like a double-edged sword. We have the Collier Foundation tells us the number one request is affordable workforce housing. Number two is traffic. They coincide with each other because it adds to that traffic issue we have because these people have to commute on a daily basis. And we are 55,000 units short. And I lost my train of thought, sorry.
You're doing good.
And that's a perfect example is the one we sat here, and this gentleman thought he can do something under Live Local, which I think the rules changed in the 11th hour on him, and he realized he couldn't. And we just, him hauled around about 100% affordable on 102 units that were as low as, I think, 50%, some of them, like $500 in rent. And he was going to market it just for essential healthcare workers and stuff like that. It would 100% people with 102 units. And we don't have too many that far west in, that close to those jobs, the hospitals, the schools. Within walking distance is 2,800 jobs of that building. So it's a fine dance, and I understand that, but I don't think we're here. And if you remember, we all have a short memory. 3 years ago, we had an individual that was the chairman on the AHOC committee, and he was a grandstander, and he just kept going to the news. He wanted to be in front of a camera and talk about how we weren't doing anything and how we weren't doing anything. And if I remember, Commissioner Hall, you were on the board. You were the one sitting in that seat that year, and you made the motion to, replace him, and we did. And Cormac has just said, or was it Bosey said, that since this board's been together, the 5 people up here, we've done more in those 3 years than any other board has ever done to work on this problem. So I don't want to just say stop, like a moratorium on building apartments, but I think we're doing it the right way, and I think we are fulfilling the people's rights that own these properties, and we're doing it in a good way that we're actually getting something out of it, even when developers don't need to offer us the ability to have these affordable apartments. So I'm just saying that's kind of my position. I don't hate this project. I think it's in an area it's expanding anyways. It's pretty wide verse out there. It's pretty open. I know it's getting a little congested time, but it does have the roadway and the infrastructure to support it. So,
Commissioner LaCastro.
I never feel obligated to just automatically approve something, and I don't think any of us have. Some of the units, whether they're affordable or they're high-end or whatever, that we hold up as the gold standard are things that were when they were built, they were draft number 5 or 10, or they went through a huge negotiation by Cormac, or they went through a huge negotiation here, or they were told to come back in December because we're going to talk about it some more. I can't think of too many projects that came here. We got 10 PowerPoint slides, and then we all said, build it. We've all negotiated aggressively as much as the law will allow us to get the best bang for the buck and make it 51% better for us. And sometimes that was the number of units and the height and the density, and other times it was landscaping and setbacks. Other times it was to make sure that the developer, like in the case of Treviso Bay, paid for a stoplight, paid for certain road enhancements that were really the county's responsibility. So I think that we negotiate really hard. I tell people all the time at my town halls, when you drive by something you hate, you would have really hated draft number 1, because what you're looking at is draft number 20, and you're welcome, that sort of thing. One of the ways I get a little bit, I hear what Commissioner Hall is saying, is we could send you back and say, too bad, so sad, keep it agriculture, sell it to another farmer, and then maybe that person will be, more able to negotiate with us more aggressively, or will throw us a bigger bone. And then maybe that makes the citizens who drive by it happy because it's still agriculture. But the reality is that trade-off can be very dangerous. And so when we have a McDowell in front of us that wants to build Ecos, and there's people in the surrounding area that hate it, one of the reasons why we negotiate it as aggressively as possible, but then take it, is because, and Commissioner McDaniel's famous for saying this, hey, if you think you hate that, I could name 10 things you'd hate a lot worse. Or, you remember there was a case where we approved an apartment complex, and you made the case and said, what could go there tomorrow is a charter school. And, so I sit here and I look at what we've done already with you, and I'm not saying it's solid gold, but also too, we've got to be careful how much we turn into real estate agents and try to be like smarter than everybody else. And in the end, we do exactly what our predecessors did when it comes to affordable housing, and it's a whole lot of nothing. And when I hear there's 70 people on a wait list and there's people paying $500 a month for rent, regardless of what Facebook and social media says, I think we've done a lot of the right things here. So I already know this thing has been squeezed down, and we've squeezed you to make it, maybe 49% good for you and 51% good for us, or whatever the numbers are. But unless I heard something from the staff that they had something magical, I don't think this is a rubber stamp. I think it's something that's going to bring something positive to the community, and take some small bites out of that affordable, housing need. And also, it's a quality project. I hate to kick a developer to the road that has a beautiful, that has a beautiful design, and then I have somebody that truly is building like the projects, which we wouldn't allow anyway.
All right, we have 2 commissioners lit up here. We have a petition. Let's see if we're ready for a motion. There's been a lot of discussion about affordable housing and a lot of theory here and all, but we do have 2 petitions, or 2 items in front of us. I think we're ready to make a motion and move this along.
I'll make a motion to approve both 9C and 9D.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Hall, you both were lit up.
Real short, yeah.
All right. Yes, sir. Commissioner Hall.
I just want to make, Commissioner Colwell said everybody has the right to ask. We don't want to ever deny anybody's right to ask, but approving that ask doesn't fulfill that right. Their right is to ask.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And I just want, as we go forward, if we were to say no, there's a lot of creativity that can get done. And one example is the Matson project in my district. Rich came to me and said, this is going to be a 70-30%. I said, I'm not going to support that. It was a dense project. And then he came back to me a month later and he said, if I can get to 48% affordable, and I said, I can live with that. That's got public benefit to it. Those kind of things. And that's all I want. I'm not fighting this project. I'm going to approve the project. I just wanted to bring it up so that going forward, we're not doing stuff that we're not increasing the density and putting the traffic on the roads at market rate rents to get the token not so affordable. I love the lower stuff that really does benefit the working man.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve items 9C and 9D, if I'm correct on that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, pass unanimously. I think the message is that we're no longer satisfied with 30%, 120% AMI. So let's have our staff sharpening their pencils and let the development world know that things are going to get a little tougher.
I retract that last statement. I think we need to be, as I said before, very cautious about how we're doing what we're doing and not putting out any kind of a message. Every one of these, it's, comparing apples to apples. The Ecos project and the other ones are out there, so making that kind of a statement blanket wide, I don't concur with.
All right, let's move on to.
Wait, and I just want to say I agree as well. Every project is different. So when you have a McDowell in front of you, or whoever your developer was, maybe you could sit down with Rich and do something. Every developer is not doesn't have that option.
I'll take back that statement. Okay. Strike it from the record. Let's move on to the next item.
Thank you.
It's almost liver and onion time.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11F, formerly 16B3. This is a recommendation that the board adopt a resolution designating that portion of Immokalee Road from Oil Well Road to U.S. Route 41 as the Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway, and direct staff to install appropriate signage designating the Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway to be installed at each terminus of the designated roadway segment at specified intervals along the road and at all 4 intersections of I-75 Immokalee Road, consistent with county and FDOT signage standards. This item was moved at Commissioner LaCastro's request. And Tom, do we have a count on speakers?
Yeah, so I have 10 in the room and 4 on Zoom, but I think there could be a chance some people have left and in and out. So
all right, understood. Thank you.
Since I pulled it, can I have the opening comment as to why I pulled it? Okay. Yes, first, wow, you want to talk about separating rumor from fact. Commissioner Hall and I did, I think we did yeoman's work trying to send out hundreds of emails to, and maybe, it wasn't written as great in the agenda. If I was a citizen and I never came to this meeting and I just read, we're renaming Immokalee Road, a big chunk of the emails that came to us were a history lesson on what Immokalee meant and how we shouldn't change it and how it'll cost millions of dollars for everyone to change their address, and it's not that. But I want to put this statement in the record as to why I pulled it. First, to separate rumor from fact, and second, I thought it should have never been on the consent agenda. I'm flabbergasted I'm the only one who pulled it off, that staff didn't pull it off. I didn't pull it off, and not because of agreeing or disagreeing, but we've said before, there's no way no human being on earth could have thought in a county that is got mixed religions and mixed political feelings, and what we've seen happen with No Kings and the drag shows and everything, that this wouldn't be something that would get us a few emails, okay? So that's why I pulled it, but hear me out. I fully appreciate and fully support Charlie Kirk's viewpoints. I also support his mission and what he stood for. I take great exception to the many rude and discourteous emails we all received about Mr. Kirk personally. Maybe not very professional, but regardless, that's freedom of speech. Exactly the freedom Charlie Kirk exercised every day as he mobilized and informed millions of people about his personal views, and he definitely got people talking. And we've been talking about that here, getting people talking. I have nothing against the proposal for a Memorial Road designation. I pulled this off the consent agenda because I feel it's worthy of discussion and public comment, and we have received plenty. I think I've received 500 emails at last count, more than I got for Costco. We have already recognized his birthday with a resolution, and people all over our county who share his views have gathered respectfully and impressively in his memory at multiple events. As commissioners, we voted on removing fluoride from the water, making this a Bill of Rights sanctuary city. We have put in print our views on health care, strengthen animal welfare laws, and we proudly voted to hang the 10 Commandments and a host of other things that we all believe in. My observation is, if passed, we will be seeing these signs defaced and vandalized regularly and using taxpayer money to clean or fix them. Certainly that's not respectful to Mr. Kirk's memory. Maybe that's not a showstopper. I'm not saying it is, but by the emails that we all got, if you read them, that's you better make 10,000 of these signs, because that's what's going to happen. But like I said, maybe that's not even a reason for concern, or we don't not vote for something we feel is right. But that's one thing. I do think of former POW Wayne Smith and how his private citizen supporters had to move mountains just to add his name to a small side street in the city of Naples, and he served 7 years in a POW camp and arguably is our greatest local Collier County resident hero. I think of the young boy who was recently killed on an e-bike, and his family and supporters brought a request before us to rename a county park in his honor, yet we instead appropriately decided to allow them to place a remembrance somewhere in the park. I believe some of us were concerned about the precedent it might set every time somebody tragically passes away. Charlie Kirk deserves to be remembered, and there are many ways to do it. This memorial road is definitely one such way, and something within our control. Unknown to a lot of the people that sent us emails, you can't rename a road without going through a whole bunch of rigmarole, as Trinity has told us, and we're not doing that. We recently did recognize him on his birthday with a county resolution, which is no automatic rubber-stamped document. It's of concern that installing memorial signs may not stand the test of time when it comes to 2 a.m. illegal vandals. And it's also obvious, depending on the citizen population we represent, that depending on their political or religious persuasion, they may not feel as positive and strongly about Charlie Kirk as I do. So I pulled this more for acknowledging what we've already done to honor his memory, and to encourage citizens who feel strongly and positively about Mr. Kirk, as I do, to step forward to honor Charlie Kirk's memory if they so desire. I'm extremely proud with our resolution vote on his birthday, and I would also support anything private citizens might want to do to step forward to properly honor Mr. Kirk's memory and family. I would hope all citizens appreciate and respect my supportive position about Mr. Kirk the same way I appreciate and respect theirs. This proposal is worthy of discussion and controversial to some. That is why I pulled it from the consent agenda. Following Mr. Kirk's example, I wanted to generate conversation the way Charlie Cook would have appreciated and respected.
I want to add a couple comments. Are you finished, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
I want to add a couple comments to that, too. I certainly don't have any particular issues with Charlie Kirk and the things that he did and the impact that he had. I completely supported the resolution that we did. But I think that when we start to name designated highways as memorial highways, and I recognize that that's not changing the address, it's really just putting up signs that remember someone's contribution. And we see these all over the place. We see them on highways. Usually it's deputies or highway patrolmen that have been shot and killed in the line of duty, or people that have passed away that made major contributions in a community. And so I'm opposed to naming this because I think that we've not done that in the past. I know we've had law enforcement officers that have been killed in the line of duty, and we've not named a highway after them. But we also have a very diverse community. And so when if you have a deputy that's killed in the line of duty, I don't think there's anybody that would have any objection to naming a road after somebody that has served the community in that way. You mentioned Wayne Smith, someone who served in the military and spent years and years in captivity during the Vietnam War. We all appreciate and recognize that. But now we're talking about someone who made a major contribution, but he's still a very controversial figure. There are a lot of people in this community that just don't want to see this happen. Not because of any particular hatred of Charlie Kirk, but because their politics perhaps is different than what his politics were. I've received almost 300 emails, and out of the 300, there were about 50 that were supportive of doing this, and 258 of them were, please don't do this, because this is, we just don't necessarily agree with a lot of the politics that was involved. And so I respect Commissioner Hall in bringing this, but I have problems with it, and I don't think that this commission should be continuing to go down these paths that are very political and very emotional, but are not really part of our mission. And so I have some problems with moving forward with this. We do have speakers. Commissioner Colwell, you're lit up, and I think we probably have some speakers. So,
Yes, Chairman. I just wanted to bring some attention. I mean, I heard you said something about, I'll just say, because I am privy to, Mr. Kirk has been here in Collier County several times. He has been here, different organizations where he's helped raise money for nonprofits. He has been here for, I think, with the educational organizations here to do fundraising for our children, and like programs that help homeschooling, stuff like that. And I've been to a few events over at Tiburon where he spoke, so he has contributed some to our community at some level. And I don't want to sound controversial here, but I can't name a city, a state, or a town that does not have a Martin Luther King road in it. And it's not far. It's not far. It's just everybody. It's just somebody that spoke what they believed in. It was their opinion, and that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did. And he went around the community, and he went to every university in this country and spoke to the children, spoke to the college students in the same manner that Mr. King did. There's not much different than what they did in a public eye. I mean, he did a lot. He probably had more followers than Mr. King because of just the reality of how things are today, with social media and stuff like that. And I'm just trying to bring some light on it because, I don't want people to think that he did not have some footprint here in Collier County. I just want to let you know that. That's all I'm saying.
all right, let's go to the public comment.
Yes, sir. We'll start in the room. First is Gail Repetto, and she'll be followed by Susan Lamonto. Okay. Katie McNutt. Okay. Gail, you can get going. Sorry, Gail.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for considering this. I come before you supporting the youth of Collier County. I'm not asking you to spend $100 million like you talked about to support the youth this morning. And also, I want to remind you that you have already come out, Collier County, against hatred in Collier County. And Commissioner Saunders reminded us of that we already are opposed hatred in our county, and you've had a proclamation on that as well. I think supporting Charlie Kirk by honoring him with this memorial as part of the Immokalee Road can show our youth that through a vision and dedication to hard work and civility, to be able to have a conversation with somebody civilly without somebody that they may not agree with, and to be able to be committed to their values could teach a lot of our young people that struggle here in our county. And this is beyond sports. So I was, kidding about the 90 million or 100 million, whatever it comes to. But the reality is, as you know, we have a lot of at-risk youth. And I think this could be a good example to them. Charlie Kirk started with his vision Turning Point. And just to remind you, I'm sure some familiar, but just for the record, Turning Point's mission is to identify, educate, train, and organize students to promote the principles of freedom, free markets, and limited government. Additionally, their now the mission of Charlie Kirk is, the organization is to identify, educate, train, and empower students to promote the principles of freedom. And no matter what your politics are, I think that we all agree that we should be free. And but of course, we do need curbs in the road, and that's why we have speed limits, etc. Additionally, the President of the United States honored Charlie Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom on his 32nd birthday. And it was quoted, "To live free is the greatest gift, but to die free is the greatest victory." And unfortunately, he was assassinated, as another prominent person who believed in freedom, Martin Luther King. And we have a president here in Collier County because we have named the Collier County Public School Administration Building the Martin Luther King Administration Building. So we have already made a motion like this before, or an action like this before. Anyway, to conclude, I just hope that you will look at this as supporting freedom and highlight a positive civil life, and I believe it could help the young people have continued discussions. Thank you.
Your next speaker, June Sanson. Becky Reif. She will be followed by Edward Cant. You have 3 minutes, Becky.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to share with you a few quotes that I found from Charlie Kirk after he was assassinated. I'd never heard of him before that, so I did due diligence as a retired teacher and went hunting. And this is what I found. Men deserve to always control their female partners, and females should always be submissive. Take that one home to your wives and see how it goes today, guys. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years. We dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. We should be unafraid to do that. Maybe 500 plus years ago, if our indigenous friends had done that, we wouldn't be here right now. And I'm wondering, if we did that, who would do all the jobs that get done in this county? Construction, harvesting crops, cleaning houses, working in hospitals, and I could go on, but I won't. Then we come to the resolution you passed today, honoring our Jewish friends in the community. Appreciate that very much. This is what Charlie Kirk said about the Jewish community. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country. Still quoting, gun violence. Anybody ever been in a lockdown? I have. And I had 15 high schoolers sitting in front of me wondering if they were going to see tomorrow. We didn't know. It's scary as hell, and when you're responsible for those kids, it's even more scary. I think it's worth it to have a cost of some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. That is not rational. If we had rational, Columbine's kids would now be 40 years old. If we had rational, Sandy Hook's kids would have graduated last spring. On another topic, if I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she is there because of her excellence or if she's there because of affirmative action. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. MLK was awful. He was not a good person. Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s. Jesus Christ, this is my quote, was a brown-skinned Jewish refugee.
I need you to wrap up if you'll just.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Melanie Wicker. She'll be followed by Dana McKendrick.
I'm Melanie Wicker. Hello, Commissioners. Sandy Hook thing got me going. Seems like only yesterday that we were talking.
Let's go ahead and start the timer over.
Seems like only yesterday that we were talking about the Ten Commandments, and here we are again with yet another proposal from Commissioner Hall. He certainly is prolific. By my count, this is at least the 5th proposal he has introduced in the last 2 years, all of them political and controversial in nature. The traditional concerns of a Board of County Commissioners include roads, baseball fields, and stray cats. Commissioner Hall seems much more interested in advancing the agenda of the administrations in Tallahassee and Washington. It's taken me 2 years to see it, but I now see the pattern, and I think I understand the true motivation behind Commissioner Hall's proposals. He announces something that he knows will bring the more liberal community members through the doors, armed with their carefully crafted 3-minute speeches. The board listens, or at least pretends to listen, to these liberal-minded folks with their credentials and their experience, with their facts and their principles. Then the board votes, almost always in favor of Commissioner Hall's proposals. It's a brilliant strategy for owning the libs. How satisfying to someone whose purpose on the board is evidently not only to support the running of the county, but also to paint the county with his own ideology every chance he gets. He's the point man for the board, and the board usually has his back. I don't want to keep coming here to read you these speeches, to play my part as a lib who is being owned by this board. I don't like feeling manipulated, and I'm not interested in wasting my energy and my time. I have been here since 9 o'clock this morning. But you commissioners might want to think about whether you want to continue to present and support Commissioner Hall's endless supply of controversial proposals. You are not required to do so, as I understand it. These proposals divide and anger a good number of your constituents. 3,000 members of the community turned out for the most recent No Kings rally right out on 41. So Commissioner Hall's agenda probably has less support in the county than perhaps you realize. As for me, I am less and less interested in division and more interested in bringing people together. In the words of the well-known liberal Woody Guthrie, this land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Island. From the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me.
Your next public speaker is Dana McKendrick, and she'll be followed by Michael Finkel, and then Kate Tardif.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure why anyone would want to honor someone in Collier County who hasn't really done anything for our county, and especially someone so controversial, so dividing. What does it say to our Black, brown, LGBTQ plus communities that our county commissioners condone Charlie Kirk's racist views, his views on women, and I feel like it's a small and petty message to those communities. Immokalee Road is a tribute to the Native Americans, and it means my home. He was killed on camera, and no one's family deserves to have to witness something so terrible. And then people would go online and use their platform to say things about a man's life. I don't care that he's dead. He's not a hero. He's a scumbag. He shouldn't be celebrated. You think I'm talking about Charlie Kirk, but no. That's about George Floyd, and it was about what Charlie Kirk said about George Floyd. Those are the actual quotes, and it's outrageous that things like that are to be said about the dead. And after that, these following quotes are things that that Charlie Kirk has said. Some of them my friend back here has said. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. Or my favorite, Black people were better off in slavery and subjugation before the 1940s. It was bad and it was evil, but they committed less crimes. And along with your the earlier information about anti-Semitism, here are some additional quotes by Charlie Kirk. Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of the radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by the secular Jews, and now they're coming for the Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? It's not just the colleges or the nonprofits, it's the movies and Hollywood and all of it. What about this? I'm the mother of 3 daughters. White college indoctrinated women will ruin America if we let them. They are brainwashed. They are completely indoctrinated. And Kirk called upon women to abandon their careers and their education and to submit to a godly man and raise more children than you can afford, were his actual words.
We're going to need you to wrap up. If you like.
Okay. I think, so explain to me why we, the people of Collier County, want to spit in the face of all the folks who live in our county that don't agree with his views to appease, I hope, only a few that agree with his racial views.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your next speaker is Kate Tardif, and then we have 4 speakers on Zoom as well. Kate, you have 3 minutes.
I'm used to having so much more. Okay, commissioners. I do need these. Thank you for allowing us to speak despite the late hour. And thank you for dropping this proposal for homage to a man whom some adored, maybe even idolized, but who demeaned women and minorities, was extremely divisive, and according to our sources, had no Collier County connection and just a briefly owned Longboat Key condo. Compare that to the town of Immokalee, which was named soon, there I go editing myself, which was formed in 1897, 128 years ago. And the Miccosukee are native to Florida, to Collier County. Naming a section of highway after Charlie Kirk would have been like erecting a monument to a Confederate general on a black campus. How terribly offensive. I can't begin to tell you, I'm going off script, how terribly offensive it is to me personally to hear some of the guff that was thrown around, some of which you heard from the prior speakers. It would have been a political hot potato in all your districts. Many of your constituents, taxpayers, would have become new protesters in honoring a deeply divisive figure at their expense. I regret having the signage would have constantly inflamed, and Mr. Saunders, I think you were right. We would have been doing a lot of repair work on those signs.
I said that.
Oh, thank you, Rick. Mr. Locastro, sorry. A significant share of constituents would have been inflamed on an ongoing basis. I regret having to speak so bluntly about some people's hero, but this already was a bigger picture, explosive, community divisive issue, and I thank God that it's been dropped.
Mr. Chair, we'll move to our speakers on Zoom. Dr. Marcia Maloney, you should be prompted to unmute yourself. Dr. Marcia Maloney?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, doctor.
For me, my concern has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. I'm a registered Republican. This issue is not about politics. As somebody just touched on it, Immokalee Road was named for a reason. It connects Naples, Florida to the town of Immokalee, and that name carries deep historical and cultural significance. Immokalee comes from the language of the Muskogee and Seminole people, and in the Muskogee language, it means your home. That name was given to the area where the road now ends, land originally settled by those indigenous nations. Over the years, there have been many notable individuals, both Republican and Democrat, whose names could be used to honor street. But in this case, Immokalee Road already has a name that honors the first people of this region. I didn't know Charlie Kirk personally. However, from what some of the speakers have said, they thought he was a notable person. If that's true, I'm sure he would be very unhappy having his name added to the sacred historic road. Immokalee Road's name already tells a story, one of heritage, connection, and home. Let's respect that story and preserve the name that's been here long before us. Thank you.
Commissioners, or I should say, Mr. Chair, this next speaker is the one who'd registered for 10A. So if you
That's
don't,
fine.
if it's okay, if she gets a little bit extra time, Giovanna Neva, you should be being prompted to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Giovanna, you have a little more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I wrote something down, so I would like to just say it. So I want to talk about two things on the agenda that I think are morally inconsistent. You all want to condemn hate speech, but supposedly geared towards Jews, but at the same time want to glorify a renowned hate speech enthusiast. I don't think that the people agreeing with Charlie Kirk in that room have been around his entire career. I'm Gen Z, Gen Alpha. I followed Charlie Kirk his entire career. I have watched that man say that he thinks that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake multiple times. He said that to a young Black kid and refused to give him any more nuance. That is disgusting. That's deplorable. And for two people in that room on that board to, with their full chest, completely agree with him, I'll remember that when it comes time to vote. So he intentionally misinterpreted the statistics to further and legitimize his bigotry. He said women like me should only be going to college to find a husband. And he's responsible personally, I think, for the anti-intellectual wave that is now plaguing my generation with his stance of higher education is a scam. This man was opposed to equality and equity, and this isn't someone the city should be getting involved with at all. This is to motivate to further your political careers, and you do not know what you are saying to your constituents. It's a slap in the face. I've lived here my entire life, and you choosing a whitewashed legacy of a bigot over your own constituents is deplorable. The admiration for Charlie Kirk is held by less than half of all Americans. How do you think this will impact your tourism? Do you think that people would want to spend their hard-earned money in a county that makes this kind of statement? You also are choosing the image of a foreign nation over the liberties of your own constituents. Item number 10, 2025 resolution, I think is a way of taking away the validity of my free speech and everybody else's in this county. Most of the examples of anti-Semitism I completely agree with and I think are justified. But as someone who has studied Israeli history extensively, examples G and J should not be on there. Israel is a known propaganda colonial ethno-state, and I should be able to criticize a foreign government whose healthcare is subsidized by my tax dollars without my local government condemning it. So I would like G and J striked. I thank you, Saunders, for being so level-headed about the Charlie Kirk renaming, and I'll remember the other two opinions when it comes time to vote. Thank you.
Your next public speaker is Lyndia Snyder. Lyndia, you should be prompted to unmute yourself. Lyndia Snyder.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes, Lyndia. Yes.
Okay. I'd like to thank the board for providing the opportunity for me to express my opinions concerning this amendment. I urge you as Collier County Commissioners to vote no on the bill to rename a section of Immokalee Road a public road paid and maintained by all of our taxes. I personally never had heard of Charlie Kirk, and I consider myself well educated, read a daily paper, had grandchildren that still didn't even know him. But the more I started to read about him, the more I disliked his rhetoric. Referring to affirmative action in Black women, in particular Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Sheila Jackson, he said, and I quote, "You do not have the brain power to otherwise be taken seriously. You had to steal a white person's job." Can you even imagine how one who graduated, like Michelle Obama, cum laude from Princeton, and received a Juris Doctor law degree from Harvard would feel after a remark like this? Obviously, the civil rights quote was terrible. He was against the civil rights law being passed. That law outlawed discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Thought it was a great law myself. He called gay and transgender people groomers and destructive. He said they should be stoned. The black pilot quote, terrible quote. A lot of people gave their lives in Germany. I think 1.6 million soldiers were on the ground in boots on German soil. 250,000 of them died fighting bigotry, cruelty, and prejudices of the Nazis. Some were Democrats, some were Republicans, some Black, some other nationalities and ethnic groups, some were gay. Who cared? They were fighting a regime who used hate, divisiveness, bigotry, and phobias to annihilate the Jewish race. Rather than name a road after someone who made these type of remarks, name a road after someone who united us or made people's lives better, someone who uplifted us. Charlie Kirk was not that person. To name a road after him would further divide us. Leave it Immokalee Road. Thank you.
Your final registered speaker is Tom Moss. Tom, you should receive a prompt to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. One concern I have about the renaming is the estimated cost. There's no way the bill will be $3,000. They don't mass produce Charlie Kirk street signs. $3,000 probably wouldn't cover the cost of half the required signs. Plus, there are now steel and aluminum tariffs at 50%, and we're not even talking the labor involved. That said, I would like to congratulate the commissioners, especially Commissioner Hall, for selecting Immokalee Road. The word Immokalee comes from the Miccosukee dialect, meaning my home or your home. The early white settlers named their town Immokalee as a tribute to the indigenous people of Southwest Florida. The Miccosukee will be elated that their wording won't be on Collier's most despised road in the future. Commissioner Hall was a genius in selecting Collier's most detested road. Now motorists on Immokalee Road, instead of cursing, "I hate Immokalee Road," under their breath, they will now be referring to the Charlie Kirk Highway in the same hateful manner. This is fitting, as Charlie Kirk was a purveyor of hate and exclusion cloaked in Christianity. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Well, first thing I would say is maybe I didn't make a lot of friends here, but I think it's mission accomplished, because I think it being on the consent agenda, we would have taken a lot more spears from people who would have thought we were sliding in under the door. As you can even see by some of the callers, they're still confused. I mean, that last gentleman, I thank him for calling in, but he actually thinks every sign along Immokalee Boulevard is going to be changed, and that's why it's going to be an exorbitant amount of money, where it's just going to be a brown sign or maybe several if it's approved. I'm still, I'll be honest, I'm still struggling a little bit either way, because I know how I feel with what I always say, my moral compass, but I've said before, we don't represent voters, we represent constituents. So people vote for you to put you in this seat, but then even the people who didn't vote for you, they're still your constituents. I like it better when they speak to me more professionally and not some of the vulgar emails that I get when they don't get their way. But I also got plenty of professional emails as well. But I think mission accomplished, and if Charlie was alive and sitting here, part of what he made his reputation on was talking in public with people that you disagree with. And I mean, so I think that's a good thing. So that's why I feel good about pulling it off. But I am struggling with it a little bit. Couple of notes I wrote here is to the one lady in the room, ma'am, it's not been dropped. So when you said, wow, woof, it's been dropped, we haven't voted on anything yet. So nothing's been dropped. What I did was pull it off the consent agenda. And if it would have stayed on the consent agenda this morning, when we voted on the consent agenda, which is one vote that approves dozens, sometimes tens of dozens of things with one vote, it would have automatically been approved as is, and you would have heard about it, in the news. I didn't think that was fair, especially when we were getting hundreds of emails. So the things that I'm struggling with, and I want to hear from my fellow commissioners here, did we really, so this was the last thing today. Maybe it should have been a time certain thing, or maybe we should have pushed it to December, because a lot of people heard about this at the last minute. But I want to feel good about my vote, not just by my own moral compass, but did we really hear from our constituents? I really applaud the 5 people that stayed here till 5 p.m., but you don't represent the 500 emails that we got, and probably tons of others. Doesn't always mean you get your way. I got 400 emails on Costco, and we still approved it. And they were more 50-50. This one, I tend to say when people disagree with something, they tend to be more vocal. When somebody thinks it's a great idea, they're playing golf or they're fishing. But, lastly, I'll just say to my colleagues here, is this a nice to do that we all feel good about, or is it a must do? One of the things that I recently saw is if you drive around Florida, there's a Neil Armstrong Memorial Highway. There's not 6 signs, okay? There's a John Young Memorial Highway, one of the first shuttle astronauts. There's not 6 signs. It's one sign, maybe in either direction. Wayne Smith, who I think we all really respect, got one sign on a side street as a token of our admiration. But and maybe that's not apples to apples, but I'm sitting here struggling a little bit about, are we voting for a nice to do that is leaning us towards a certain group of people that are encouraging us to vote for this, or is this a must do? And if it's both, I have a little trouble with the slide that shows 6 signs up and down that thing. I just think that's excessive and has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. But I've lived and driven all over this country, and when I've driven by, a memorial highway, I don't think I ever saw 6 signs. You make it a memorial highway, it's in remembrance, and that's it. And I think Trinity's going to tell us there's not a law that regulates. Maybe that was just a guess of where we could put signs, or maybe that was something that Commissioner Hall to get the conversation going, but not being directive or what have you. But I would want to hear a little bit more about that, about the number, because it seems excessive, and that's a lot of signs to fix every few weeks. When I definitely know you're going to be out there fixing them. Hell, we have a panhandling sign in my district, and how many times have you had to fix and clean that sign? That says, give your money to charity, not to panhandlers. And we've invested a little bit in cleaning that out. Trinity, what can you tell us as far as the plan either way, depending on how we vote?
So for the record, Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services Department Head. 6 signs as delineated, I believe, in the resolution or in the recommendations were near Immokalee Road and US 41. All 4 intersections so both sides of the road on either side of the interstate, and then at the terminus at Oil Well Road. Right. We have in the executive summary up to 6. In my presentation, you'll see where we had actually proposed them. It was actually only 4. So it was Oil Well Road on the north side coming westbound. I-75 on the west side of the interchange on the north side, near US 41 at the east side of the intersection on the south side of the road, so going eastbound, and then on I-75 on the east side of the interchange on the south side of the road. So that would be 4 signs.
Some of my colleagues may or may not want to talk on this issue because I forget who said it's sort of a hot potato, but we're here to talk about it, and I wanted to force the conversation.
Right, Commissioner Hall. We're all going to be talking on it.
We're all lit up.
Great.
We're just waiting our turn.
Thank you, sir.
I just, to answer the question about the signs, I wanted to do US 41. And I found out it was a state highway and we had to get the state involved. So I just said, okay, what's the next highest traveled road? It was Immokalee. I said, great. We'll put a sign at the beginning on 41, put one on each side of the interstate so when people get off, they'll know it, and then put one out there at Olwell Road. And that's how it came about. There was no magic. I've listened to everybody. I've got all of the emails. I didn't just come up with this idea. I was encouraged by more than several people to bring it forward because Lake County did. Our governor supported it, and I think Monroe or Marion County. There's several other counties that have already done this. Yeah, and I thought it was I know Charlie Kirk. I've never heard him say any of those things. You can say, I'm not saying that he didn't. Maybe it was taken out of context by the direct quotes. Whatever it is, I know his character. I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to the public.
And we can't have any comments coming from the audience. So.
And I am not the leader of this group. I listen to the people that are in my district. I listen to the people that are in the county. They don't all share your views. And because you've shown up and stayed all day doesn't make you the majority. It's the people that I listen to. And if it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. We don't need to spend an hour of our time sitting here listening to everybody. We wanted to because we're bringing it forth. It's not something that I just did for political reasons. It's something that I thought was a nice gesture for a man who was tragically murdered for standing up for what was right. And with that, I'm going to make the motion to approve.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I did a little fact checking, and I thought so, but I had to double check because I remember back in the day when I was working with the Sheriff's Department up in Immokalee, originally the Seminole and the Miccosukee Indians, that was their community or their settlement at the time. They referred to it as Gopher Ridge. At some point after farmers and the ranchers came in, they pushed the name Immokalee. There was still people up there, the old timers, that still referred to it as Gopher Ridge. So at no point the Indians or Seminoles or the Miccosukees ever really enforced the Immokalee name on that community. I don't think they were even happy when it was changed to Immokalee. The other thing is, I'm not going to get into who said what or what, but I know I heard some of the things that were said, and some of the things I never heard, but some things I did hear. But a lot of them were comments to somebody ready to get a rebuttal, and then he explains himself why those comments were said. And when you take things out of context, sometimes I could take a verse of something and not hear what he actually explains why he makes a comment. And a lot of times the student, whoever he was talking to, at the end of the conversation understood what he meant by that comment or even agreed before they walked away. Because there's certain, I'm not going to get into the weeds on it. It's not necessary at this point. Listen, like I said, I thought it was just a feel-good thing, like Commissioner Costa said. It was, and I personally know he's been here. He's raised money for some of our educational nonprofits here in town. He had at some point. I know some people don't want to admit that, but he has, because maybe some of them groups don't align with their political beliefs. But he has been here, and he has done some good things for our youth when it comes to education and things like that. So, like I said, I'm the one who brought forth the recognition on his birthday for the resolution. So, I really believe what he was doing, and I know a lot of people don't like the fact that he got to a lot of students on colleges and campuses and taught them how to investigate or do their own research. and not just blindly follow people's opinions, especially some of the people that were supposedly teaching them. And it opened their eyes, and that's why I think we saw in the last election how many young youth people came out and voted and in favor of something that a lot of people just always felt that they had to vote as the college student. And I think that upset some people on the other side of the aisle, because he did open their eyes. He did let them do their own research, and he taught them. I know I got people shaking their heads out there, but I'll never convince you. So it's a moot point. But you know, I did ask Trinity. I don't know. And somebody had come to me and said there was a portion of Mockley Road that was already memorialized. I don't know if that's true or not. Did you ever find out?
I did. So actually, it wasn't a memorial highway. Back in 1982, Mockley Road was renamed to David C. Brown Highway. That was an actual county commissioner. And in 1985, and that was an actual renaming of the roadway. It was not a memorial highway, which is what is being proposed today. And in 1985, it was actually changed back to a Mockley Road.
That's what I thought.
I'm not gonna support the motion for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think it's very divisive, and I just don't like seeing this commission getting involved in things that are not within our wheelhouse of things that we do, that are extremely divisive in our community. This is not a must-do, Commissioner LaCastro. It is, at best, a nice-to-do, but it's certainly not a must-to-do. And you know, I voted against the placement of the Ten Commandments in our government buildings, because I felt that again, we have a diverse community, and I felt that this was divisive, but it was not necessary. It's not in our mission. I voted against the naming Collier County as a 14th Amendment sanctuary county, because it sent a message that was just not accurate. It said to people that you have more constitutional rights in Collier County than you do if you cross the border into Bonita Springs. And that you have the government that will protect you if you feel that the government is violating your constitutional rights. So I tend to vote against these things because I don't feel that it's part of what we should be doing, and I don't think it's productive in a very divisive. It's a very divisive thing, and I just think it's the wrong approach, and so I will not be supporting this. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. Well, I'm going to second the motion for approval. I've thought long and hard about this, and to your question that you talked about, I don't feel it's a must thing to do. I think it's a nice thing to do. I watched Charlie Kirk. I followed Charlie Kirk. I didn't agree with everything that he said. He sometimes said things that were very controversial, but he also inspired thought. I was refreshed by the incentivization for critical thought process that has not been very prolific throughout my time. We're not renaming the road. We're designating it as a memorial highway. I think it's a good thing to do. I really truly feel, like him or not, he did way more good for our community than the controversies that he caused. The controversies that he caused had a lot to do revolving around politics, around religion. We live in a world now where polarization comes from extremities. Charlie was a very religious man. He professed to be a literal believer in the Bible. Things that he put forth were his beliefs. Religious beliefs are sacred to me, irrespective of your supreme being and how you get there. I believe you have that right to express those opinions. So, my vote is in support of the naming as a memorial highway. I think we ought to go forward with it.
Commissioner Castro.
So since I'm the one that pulled it, and that's why we're here this long, I'll just say I'm not here to judge Charlie Kirk, but I am a supporter. I don't necessarily believe in everything he said, but I don't believe in everything that President Trump says, or that Ronald Reagan even said, or President Bush. And I work for President Bush, but I do think he did way more good. And I think he did bring a lot of people together. I don't think I have to vote on it because it's a must do. I was throwing that out there to hear what my colleagues had to say. I will say, and I know there's two motions, and the other thing too is it only takes 3 votes. But I don't want to prolong this because I can already feel Commissioner Saunders trying to push us forward. But I still think 6 signs is excessive.
Only 4.
And no, it's 6. Is it 4? Are we down to 4 now?
It is up to
Okay.
6,
Okay.
but we're looking at 4 locations right now.
Those of you that agree, and I agree as well on the signage, do you think that's an appropriate amount or excessive, or
Me, it's fine. I
Okay.
mean, it's-
Okay. I
it's-
mean, I'm not hard over on it either way. I'm more towards, I said my piece, and my biggest goal was I wanted this to not be on the consent agenda. I wanted to force this discussion. I wish there had been more people here and there'd been more time. Sometimes it doesn't work that way, and we have to represent our constituents. But to just confirm, so you're talking about 4 signs, and they'll be in these 4 places where they are here. Does anybody have a problem with that? Commissioner Colwell, Commissioner Hall, do you think that's excessive? Do you have any issues with it?
I mean, they look like or points of entry to Mockley Road, so as soon as wherever.
points?
Well, I'll turn it back. Commissioner
What are choke
Saunders.
points when it comes to traffic?
Wait. Commissioner Saunders is our chair. I'm
Yeah,
done talking. Sir,
right.
let me turn it back over to you.
I will make a comment in reference to the signage. And we've all seen memorial highways all over the country. Typically, you're driving down the highway and you see a sign, this is the so-and-so deputy sheriff memorial highway. And that's all you see is a sign that says that. If you're coming the other way, you'll see a sign that says the same thing. What we're doing here is taking an entire roadway and naming that. And that's not what is traditionally done around the country and around the state in terms of these memorial types of highways. So I don't support the signage at all, but if we're going to do that, I would suggest that the commission at least be consistent with what is typically done with these types of
And before we finalize this, I would also not disagree, and maybe I'm bringing a little bit more knowledge from outside jobs that I've had previously in the military and working with Department of Transportation. It really isn't typical to put 4. I mean, if this was, John the Baptist and we wanted signage, I don't know that I've ever seen 4 anywhere, and I've seen a lot of these signs, a lot. And I will say, to Commissioner Saunders' point, I've only seen either way. Maybe we're peeling the onion back too much. Maybe we want to be excessive and all that. It won't change my support of it. But I also want to do what's right on the signage, and also you're going to have to maintain these. And I think that if we want to be consistent, the other thing I'll also say is you can Google right now, and there's plenty of counties that voted 5-0 to not name a road. So it's not that we're trying to keep up with the Joneses or anything. But I just thought 2 in the right spot would be what I have typically seen at most places. If the 3 other votes that are up here, I'm the 4th vote, feel strongly that, cording off the whole intersection is what we need to do, and anything less than that is disrespectful to Charlie Kirk. I'm not here to fall on my sword on it, but I will tell you I agree with Commissioner Saunders. I've driven all over the country. I've never seen 4 Malcolm X signs or 4, I lived on Malcolm X Drive in Washington, D.C., and there was 1 sign as you entered, 1 sign on the other side. So 2 is usually the norm, but I'm not saying I'm an expert, but 4, and when I saw 6, I just thought maybe we were reaching a little bit too far. And I mean, Trinity, I really think you should have the last word. You're our traffic, expert. Maybe that's a number that was sort of given to you, and you want, you put it on a slide. But to me, cordoning off an entire intersection, if that's what we want to do, okay, then you'll have to maintain those 4 signs. But, usually 2 is what I've seen, just to give some historical back. I don't think we're disrespecting him or we're not respecting him fully with less signage. But I also think that, we try not to go overboard on signage on the roads and everything, even though these will be spread out. That's just my last thing. I'm voting on the motion, but I really think we should put some thought into the signage. If one or two of the other commissioners agree, I mean, Commissioner Saunders obviously is following sort of the same train of thought I am, even though he's not even voting for it, to make sure that, you know, we do something that's cohesive, maybe, I guess is the best
If we
word.
can work on two signs, will he vote for it?
No, I'm voting for it anyway.
No, I'm saying Mr. Saunders.
No, I don't think you're going to get us
No,
vote on
he
two
made the
signs.
recommendation,
But
so I
I'm
thought
just
maybe
thinking
you
of
wanna change the
cohesion,
motion.
you know, where we've put signs before. So that's it. It's more of a traffic thing, but.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, we're talking about putting these signs on entry points and off 75, one on 41 and one out by
Yeah,
Wall
they're
Road.
they're far apart.
So it's not like we're lining them up, number one. Number two, put them where they're in visibility of our cameras that we already have on these intersections. So if they are, in fact, as it's been threatened, that they are vandalized, we have a chance of catching somebody. So I don't think 4 is excessive. I don't think we're doing any disrespect by cutting them down or adding more. I think 4 is fine.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further conversation? I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, aye. Passes 4-1.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments.
Don't see anybody in the audience, so we should.
No, there's no more speakers.
Thank you. We have no project updates. That brings us to item 15C, staff and commission general communications. I have nothing.
All right.
County Attorney.
I also have nothing.
We'll start at your end of the board, Commissioner McDaniel.
You did it twice today on me. I'm over here all relaxed, and then here you go.
He usually gets me first.
Yeah, he does. If you haven't been watching the news, you're lucky. The only large grocery store in Immokalee, the Winn-Dixie, is, as you all know, Aldi's bought the Winn-Dixie chain, and they're swapping out the Winn-Dixie in Immokalee for an Aldi's. And they're shutting down, they shut down Winn-Dixie Sunday, this past Sunday. I was approached by the Community Foundation of Naples, Eileen Conley-Keisler. They offered to pay 50% of a new bus route from the parking lot at Winn-Dixie. We don't know exactly how long the Winn-Dixie is going to be closed before the Aldi's comes. So my proposition is for an additional bus route to come from the Winn-Dixie parking lot to one of the 3 Publixes that are on Immokalee Road, the one at Randall, the new one that's coming in over by Orange Blossom, and or Ave Maria. Ave Maria is a constrained store in the first place. The folks that live in Ave Maria are used to running out of things just because it's a small store. So I don't want to put a lot of pressure on them. I want the viability to be to any one of the 3 stores. The total cost for a 12-month bus route is $111,000 plus minus, and the Community Foundation is going to pick up 50%, and we're going to pull 50% out of our public transportation reserve to support it. I would like to ask if, in fact, you folks are in consent with this, that we have a 3-month review in January coming up, checking on our ridership, making sure and seeing how long before Aldi's in fact opens. Again in April, every 4 months, every 3 months, I want four touches on this, and know that the route will be discontinued when Aldi's opens up. And it will be a free ride for the folks that come to that parking lot and supported by the Community Foundation and the other 50% from us. And that's I think I pretty much covered everything. I'd say, and just for your knowledge, the route will start this Friday, and it will be run 3 days a week, twice a day. And public transit will post the times, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is when the route will be run.
Ms. Scott, does raise a few questions, like, do we have an extra bus to do this? And
For the record, Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services. Yes, we do, to run this for a temporary situation of approximately, give or take a year. It's probably going to be a little less. But we did, when the Community Foundation reached out, we did look before we responded in the affirmative that if the board gave that direction, that yes, we can. So yes, we do have a fixed drop bus to be able to provide the service.
Immokalee a little bit of a unique community. It's not like in our urbanized area where folks can just go to another store because it's right around the corner. Immokalee is close to 30 miles away, 28 miles away or so. In any direction, whether you go to Lehigh Acres or whether you come to town. So I think it's, if my mind serves me correct, it's about 12 miles to the closest Publix in Ave Maria, which I said is the constrained store, which is why I wanted to have the, because there's a new store that's not open yet over on Oilwell Road next to Orange Blossom. So, and it's a much larger store. And then of course the store we've had since 17 there at Randall. So one of those three public stores is where we'll do this route. And again, set it up for 12 months with a 3-month review on ridership and certainly participation.
All right, so you're looking for the approval right
Positive
now.
head nods.
Oh, yeah, good. All right.
We'll give that direction to our staff. And
Right.
go forth and persevere. If you would get me, because I'm getting an enormous amount of requests for when the routes are going to run. So when those times are set up, if you would please let me know as soon as possible. I know you said that the first one's going to be this coming Friday, but the times that the routes are going to run.
Yes, sir. And I'll also be bringing back a funding agreement with the Community Foundation, which they have already responded in the affirmative that they're willing to contribute, but I want to formalize that so that we have that in front of the board. So we'll be bringing that back as well.
All right. Commissioner LaCastro.
The smartest guy in the room when it comes to affordable housing is Cormac Giblin. Okay, so Cormac, what I would really like you to do, you spent a lot of time after we talked putting some details together, much like the work that you did on the NIM, and you sent us all a handout, which I hope we all saved on our hard drives because we're going to need it, one day when we have a NIM, and maybe we want to give a little bit of detail to the people who attend. If you can, without having to reinvent something, it doesn't need to be this beautiful thing. It's not something we're going to hand out, but I would love some of the things that you put together, some of the numbers and things like that, to collect it all into something and send it to all of us. There's so much misinformation out there on affordable housing, and as you know better than anyone, what the realities are out there, what we can do, what we'd like to do, what's a nice to do, what's a must do, what's an impossible to do, and then also really how the percentages are. As you and I both know, we've traded some notes where there are some people in this county that actually think we have affordable housing sitting vacant, and that $2,000 a month isn't affordable housing. And like you and I both know, I've steered people your way. There's people that would fall over themselves to find something for $2,000, let alone the people that you know that are paying $500, $900, and we really need to get that story out. So I know I'm going to highlight it significantly on my next newsletter when I get the details from you, and I know that all of us, have those kind of questions from folks. But I really appreciate the deep dive that you've been doing, and even some of the people I've steered your way who you have been able to help. They instead of being on a list of 70 people, they actually sent me a thank you note and said, "You're not going to believe this. Cormac and his team actually matched me to something." So thank you, sir. I appreciate all the work that you're doing in a very, very difficult, topic.
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I have one thing I want to talk about. I remember several months back we had a little kind of breakout meeting, and part of that was reference to Clam Bay. And we had the organization, the Pelican Bay committee that oversees a lot of what happens on Clam Bay.
PBSD.
PBSD, yeah. So we had Green and I think it was Mr. Fogg says, yeah, we're going to have a couple residents from the city and a possible city representative sitting on their meetings and things like that. Well, I've been getting emails back from the individuals that want to participate, and they've been talking with Mr. Fogg, and one of them, I met with him for breakfast, and they gave him the schedule of the meetings. The problem is, every time they get ready to go to a meeting, the organization cancels it. So it's like they've been just canceling the meetings. So I don't know who in the staff keeps a close watch on how they do their meetings or how often they do their meetings, but, and I know they got very excited because they thought we were gonna create some sort of board that was gonna come in and, actually took this bull by the horns and kind of like.
I thought we
find some
named you
solutions.
as the, I thought we named you as the bullwhipper on that
Well,
one.
no, and I know, but I'm getting feedback now. These guys are chomping
well-
at the bit. They want to attend one of these meetings, but they just keep canceling the meetings.
Right.
So
And-
I think we need to find out, or, is this historically how they do it? Because if that is true, then they're not really doing what they should be doing.
Yes, sir, we'll find out.
Okay?
I'll get
So-
you, we'll reach out to Pelican Bay and get back with you.
I'd like to, I'll support you if you want to push on that a little bit. That issue with Clam Bay has been going on for a millennia. And so, I mean, I was the one that was stirring the pot back before when we were talking about setting up a separate advisory committee. So, and I've been getting the same emails and phone calls with regard to pushing these meetings off, scheduling a meeting and then.
In like a day or two, you had to just.
Yeah, they
we're not gonna
cancel
have
it and then don't reschedule for a while, so I'll help if I can.
And I know you're a habitual pot stirrer, so.
Yes, that's what I do.
Commissioner Hall.
It's Mr. Fogg, whose chairs the one that actually has the meetings reference to the health of the.
It's the foundation.
The foundation.
But we'll talk to the Pelican Bay Services and see if we get some help
I
there.
can reach out. I can reach out as well. I just want to thank y'all for pushing the Mercado West. We have a public process, but these people missed the boat. And I really wanted to clear up rumor from fact. We all know the decision that's going to come down. When we come back in December, I will try to do my best to where we keep any public comment down to where we just step up, and I'll make the motion based on what they're saying, and we'll just move on. So I just appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I don't have anything to add, so with that, we are adjourned.
There we go.